Don't you forget it, the J. Vibe blowing at the J. Got the loud jumping at the bag. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is got the band jumping at the bag. Vibe blowing at my J. Got the loud jumping at the bag. Everything I'm on slack.
Maybe look at the Zoom. This would be the first.
They wild, I think.
I'm innocent.
Bro, you hear that guy? What's going on, everybody? It is Coach Greg Adams back in here with another YouTube live stream. Shout out to the Coach Gang.
And that's you.
For being in here, being involved, and being active on this YouTube channel. And welcome back to the Wake Up Show. Part of the Free Agent Lifestyle podcast here on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. You in here with the Bruce Wayne of this ish. New world order. I'm the king of kings, the king of content, and the speaker of truth. Yours truly, the notorious one, a.k.a. Mr. Coach Alini, better known as the prognosticator, Coach Stradamus. And you're in the Desert Storm bunker with none other than EWF. That is every woman's fantasy and the whole fucking show. I'm the CEO, Niggero, of Fixes Binds LLC, the unbinder, the undebatable, the undisputed best entertainment here on YouTube. You can call me Senor Gregorio Graybeard. The ladies love to call me Mr. Third Leg Greg.
Leg was just phenomenal.
Also the man with no trabajo. I am the Mitch Slapper. I am the anointed one.
Acknowledge me.
You're also looking at the founding father of the Afterpill. I am the junior college sociologist, the Morpheus of the Matey Matrix, the chocolated Confucius, the Black Moses, the deliverer, also known as the man that walks in the spirit of Elijah. I'm the man with more nicknames than anyone in the game, but in case you forget those names, just call me CGA, see God Allah, and I be the 12-time demonetized champion of YouTube. We got a great show for you, another action-packed show. How do I put together so many classics? Do you know anybody that could put together so many classics with one milk dud head? All right, one man on the screen giving you classic information and all of that in a bag of Chips Ahoy. People can't do this. Can't maintain this consistency. Okay. But anyway, we got a great show for you lined up today. Why broke dating? Why broke dating? You see the title right there. All right, I see the title. I need to be reminded of the title. Why broke dating became a modern man's shit test. Oh, I like that one. Why broke dating became a modern man's shit test. CGA.
What that mean?
All right. What does that mean, CGA? What that mean? Broke dating becoming a modern man's shit test? We're going to talk about this in a minute here, somewhere near the main event. Why people, men in particularly, use this shit test in order to test women to see if they really like you. We want women to really like you. All right. And if a woman really likes you, she'll take you when you're broke.
Let you get it through your thick skull that I'm broke.
I am broke. I get it. I got it through my thick skull that you're broke and I'm broke. But we're going to talk about this. And we're going to give you some reasons and some reasoning behind why men are the new women and shit testing women by broke dating. Now, if you guys don't know, I've had several courses. I have a book. I have a book right here. It's called The Free Agent Lifestyle. I'm going to read some quatrains and some passages from the Coach Stradamus manual, The Free Agent Lifestyle. A lot of you guys still haven't got the book. I mean, again, broke men. Broke men. All right, but listen, it's $12 on Amazon, nigga. All right. And it's not that hard of a read. Even I can read it. I mean, I wrote books and I can't even read. All right. And isn't that crazy? All right. There's no limitations out here, man. I can't even read and I wrote 2 books. I mean, think about that. I wrote 3 books too. There's a free book online, by the way. But I wrote this book and I'm going to read from these passages since some of the broke niggas really haven't invested in the book because I'm a scammer, I'm a grifter, and niggas don't want to get no information. When I say niggas, I mean all races of niggas, even the Indian ones and all of that stuff. It's just not black men. You could be a nigga and not be black. All right, but men don't want to invest. But so I'll read some passages for you freebie ass niggas. For women will like you if you broke ass niggas. I'm going to read it here because a lot of people think that I changed my philosophy all of a sudden. But when you read this, and I'll read it to you. I'll read something to you. When you read this, you're going to figure out when I wrote this book in 2017, 2018, nothing's changed. It's consistent. It's like the Bible. It is like the Bible. And your man, the spirit of Elijah right here is going to read you what this means. Because you guys assume what it means and you ain't read the goddamn book. I mean, it's crazy. But I'm gonna give you an idea of what this means. You guys think this means separate from women entirely. No, doesn't mean that. In fact, it matches up with the philosophy that I have, even the JUCO philosophy. It still matches up. All right, it's undefeated. But what men do is they say, well, if a woman really likes you, she'll like you at your worst.
Let you get it through your
Right.
thick skull that I'm broke.
All right, she'll like you. Yeah, Kindle too. It's on Kindle as well. You can listen to it. But this is a shit test. Women use shit tests, and I talk about shit tests in the book. But women use shit tests to see if you really like them. And even if you're with them, they still shit test you. Right? They still shit test you. And I give you examples of shit tests that they run and what you're going to do about it. All right. And so some people comply to the shit test and then they got sent to the doghouse. You think you passed, but you failed. So we're going to talk about this idea of why men adopted. When did men adopt this idea that broke dating is the way to go? All right. I'm going to tell you this later on. And we're going to talk about game ninjas in here in a minute. We're going to talk about game ninjas. All right. Because game ninjas is the ultimate cope. Broke is not broke is a destination. Broke is something that you can't help. But game is something you can help. This is what they tell you. You can't help the fact that you're broke. But if you get some game, if you get some, but we're going to break this shit down later on. The game ninjas and the mouthpiece ninjas are going to be irate. The coochie commie niggas is going to be irate. By the way, ninjas is still thinking that I made this shit up yesterday and I changed my philosophy. The philosophy is still the same. The Free Agent Lifestyle. You got to read the book. Game ninjas will run game and won't get a $12 book, but that's okay. All right, I know, because you want to disagree with me because you so lazy. You just going to listen to my YouTube. But I try to give you as much information in my YouTube as I possibly can. I can't cover everything. That's why I have the book. All right, but you so broke, right, that the only thing you can change is game. That's it. That's it. And this is it's fabulous because you substitute game for money. I mean, this is the most craziest shit. And then when you substitute game for money, right, instead of money, you're going to use game only. No money at all. Then you come out here and you wonder why you got to go out here and bet, 3%. All right. It's crazy. It's crazy. But the idea that broke dating is done, and I don't advise anyone to broke date. All right. But, just act like you keep making up my talking points. Nobody should be broke dating. Absolutely nobody. But what is broke? We'll talk about it. We're going to talk about this later on. And we're going to give you some guys. We have a guy named Stephen Knight. All right. Is that his name? He has a channel called Night Talk. We're going to review a video of him breaking down the video of Fresh and Fit. All right. So we're going to see what men are being offered in terms of information in comparison to the Anointed One. What are men being offered here? Are you being offered something tangible, or are you being offered coulda, shoulda, woulda, if, and so forth and so on? We're going to break this down. All right, we're going to break it all down. But anyway, to contribute to today's show, $, the Notorious CGA on the Cash App, because life ain't free. Venmo, Coach Greg Adams TV, because life ain't free. And PayPal.me/Coach Greg Adams, and that is pinned to the top of the description box on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. And you can super chat by clicking the link on the top of the live chat. New on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. Okay, so we got that. Oh, by the way, there's a poll up here, and this poll is going exactly how I want it. You guys have to know I'm a very conniving and manipulative individual. I am. I admit it. That's why they call me the Great Coach Alini. However, this poll is going exactly how I thought it would. And so the poll is for the people that are listening at work and not hitting the like button. The poll says, what do you believe the purpose of dating is? Now, I didn't do this to actually figure out what it is. I didn't need to know the information. I knew the answer already. And there you go. And I have as options number 1, finding a nice woman that likes me is number 1. Number 2, to dig down a baddie. Number 3, to find my soulmate, aka marriage. And number 4, bring babies into the world. And just as I thought. Just as I thought, I knew it would go this way. The number 1 answer is to dig down a baddie. All right, that's the number 1 answer, and it's beating the other answers by far. It's at 37%. All right, the second answer is going to be find a nice woman that likes me. All right. Number 3, bring babies in the world. And number 4 was the last one, marriage. So we have men that have pretty much agreed that the number 1 priority when men are dating, this is men, all right, not women. The number 1, because I'm assuming this is mostly men answering the poll, is to get some pussy. All right, that's the number 1. And there you go. And that in lies why we're having a problem out here. That in lies why we're having a problem out here. We're going to get to that later on in the show of what's going on. We have our priorities messed up. We just want to. All right. Again, this tells you where men's heads are and why they're in the situation we're in. Okay. Yep. Okay. So I should change the word dating and the purpose of game. What is the purpose of game? And it will line up the exact same way to get some pussy. All right. Here we go. To get laid. Well, let's get to the show. Let's get to the earlier contributors to today's show. Here we go right here. All right, here we go right here. Oh, we don't have it right here, but it's okay. Shout out to our brother B.Y. He says, I'm a market researcher for women age 25 to 35. Single moms are the new cash cow. The media has now encouraged women to break up their steady families for years. And he says right here, women make 77% of the purchases. Indeed. Yep. We say it's 83% of the purchases are influenced by women. But when they said the future is female, a lot of people don't understand what that meant. And the future meant the economic future. The she-economy is female. And so then this is when men started to see things like their beloved things that they loved started to go away. I mean, Star Wars franchise, even the Marvel Cinematic Universe started to go to the she-economy. When you start seeing things like He-Man die off in the stream, they bring back He-Man only to kill him off and make Teela the top priority. So when they say the future is female, people thought, and we got Kamala Harris running for president, but we thought it was some sort of empowerment. But what it was in market research, women are the big spenders. Indeed, men tend to not spend money. All right, men tend to say, I'll do it myself. Even when it comes to relationships, men don't spend money. Even when it comes to the things you beloved. You've been watching me for years. Ain't ever dropped a dime. Well, I don't need to. All right, you owe me this information. And if you ain't here tomorrow, I'll find somebody else. All right, men don't spend money. In fact, when men spend money, it is on the behalf of women. So the market research is correct. And so they figure, why do women need families if we can give them income and they can spend their own money? Or we can break up the family. She can get access to resources and she can spend that money. So that money inevitably is going to go back, funnel back to the system, the corporations, the government, if they put it in the hands of women, right? So you're absolutely right, all right? And somebody says, we buy motorcycles, mostly because you think you're going to get a bitch, all right? So it's one of the things that's that when they say women control 83% of the spending, it is not that they spend the money themselves. It is, in fact, in the research that men spend money in order to get women, keep women, obtain them, attract them, and so forth and so on. Similar to a dating coach or a game or whatever it is, men's interest in spending money tends to center around women. Now, not every dollar, but a lot of the dollars tend to center around women. So when you do something, you're like, if I do this, I'm going to get broads. Now, of course, as you get older, you'll start to do less and less of this. But when you're young, as soon as you get your hands on some money, you trying to go ahead and do something to try to see women. Now, again, men, you can deny. Wait, you know what? There's somebody in here I need to get rid of. All right. And he needs to come back in another name because he is one of these people that just want to talk. But men in general, that's what we do. Anything related to talent. The talent is not for yourself. The talent tends to be for how you get status-wise. What is the result of this talent? For instance, there are men outside dribbling a basketball trying to dunk at the rim. Why? So he can dunk? All right, that's not the reason that he's doing that. He's not doing that so he can feel what it's like to dunk. If he wanted to feel like what it's like to dunk, he'll dunk at a 6-foot rim. And he could do that all day long if he wanted to feel like what it felt like to dunk. But that's not why he's doing it. He wants to dunk so that people in the audience can scream for him, particularly women. And then that way, if he can happen to dunk in front of a group of women or people who are in audience, he can get easy access to women. That's typically how it works. When you see a rock band for the first time, and you see them upstage on there and they're playing the guitar and playing the drums and you see bitches throw their panties on the stage, you say, if I picked up that guitar, perhaps I'll have the same result. Right? That is why people do shit. That's why men do shit. So you might say, well, I bought the motorcycle for me. Yeah. And you hope some bitches looked at you. All right? You want some bitches to look at you. Okay, you can dunk at any rim you want, but you want to do it on the 10-foot rim. All right, that's what happens. All right, because after you dunk a couple times, it ain't that big of a deal. Okay, are we good? We're good. We're good. Shout out to our brother Isaiah says, CGA is right. Living with women is annoying. I live with my grandma, and whenever I try to explain or tell her something, she fusses with me due to her ignorance of the real world. He says, I was changing my car battery, and she wanted to include herself when she didn't know what she was doing. Yeah, they were bored. They're bored. All right. Women be bored, too. And then they want to come in there and include themselves. I want to see what's going on. Just go sit down. Just go sit down. Yep, indeed. Somebody says some men start rapping for women. That is one of the primary motivators of starting a rap career. Are you doing it to be a best poet? Are you doing it to be the best lyricist? No, you're not. You're not. You find a beat and you rap and you're like, if I rap enough, I'll get bitches. I mean, that's what you're doing. That's what happens, guys. People can deny this shit all you want, but that's a prime motivator. By the way, Poonany and money are the two biggest prime movers in the world. If you disagree with that, tell me what else is. Power. All right. And that's one of these things you have to tell guys about. Money, power, women. All right. So money moves, pussy moves the world, and power. What else? You just be like the Lord. Okay. God pill. All right. What are we doing here? Shout out. And by the way, just read the Lord's word and you will see the same thing. All right. All right. It was Eve and then all the way down the line. All right, so let's get to it. All right, where we at here? Dark Side Foundation. Here's a coffee on moi, coach. These Gen Z men who hate working are absolutely sad sacks. He says, I'm not surprised that women have pledged their allegiance elsewhere. They're leaving all this money on the table. Give me that. Do not come.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm going to come.
Indeed. Yes, man. The dudes, and listen, this is how bad it's gotten. The majority of Gen Z sees no reason to work, i.e., simply because one of the things that's not happening for Gen Z is they're not getting romance. They're not getting sex. The data tells us that. So also, they just don't want to work neither, all right, because they see no point in it. They're like, well, what's the point for putting all this effort in if I'm not going to get said result? Thus, you know, the price out of men is happening, and for women as well. The pricing out is happening. By the way, man, I tell you, it's tough out here, no matter what. Shout out to Monte, says, take my money. 100%. Shout out to our brother here. It is Preston, says, after your divorce, did you ever try the normie way again? Yeah, for people that haven't been here, I've realized that I make a lot of assumptions in terms of what you've heard. I assume you've heard it all from me, and in fact, that's not true. And one of the assumptions that was made early on was that my marriage and my divorce sent me to the red pill, and it made me give up the normie way of dating. And that's false. And if you're hearing this for the first time, press 1. A lot of people believed, oh, he got married, then he got divorced, and then he went off the deep end into the matrix or outside the matrix and all of that. But that's not actually how the timeline worked. That's not actually how the timeline worked. Now, my divorce served for a purpose of learning what the family court system was about. But at that time, during that time, I wasn't red pill. I wasn't red pill. I really kind of looked at MRAs, but I didn't search up anything related to that. I basically was like, what's going on? And I was learning, and it was inquisitive. It was interesting information. But a lot of people will use that. Oh, CGA just mad because he got divorced, and then he got his heart broken, and she left him, and then he became red pill. That's not true. That's not how the timeline went. What happened was, all right, and I can take you through the whole timeline, but what happened was I started to get back into the dating marketplace, and I was doing good out there because it was a fucking wild, wild west. So as I first was leaving my marital home, dude, it was pussy everywhere. It was crazy. All right, it was absolutely insane, the dating marketplace, because it had switched from boys to men to Instagram. And so I started to get back into dating via the dating apps. Right when the dating apps started was right when I got divorced. Right when Instagram started to become popular is right when I got divorced. So I was entering into the marketplace, and it was the free pussy marketplace. It was crazy. It was insane. I was like, what is going on out here? And I was indulging. I was having fun. All right. It was crazy. I was having fun for a good about 2 years, about 2.5 years after I separated. Now, still, I was going through the divorce, so I was getting information related to the divorce. Now, then I got a girlfriend. All right. And so a guy convinced me. He was like, man, you know, banging all these broads ain't the solution. Get you somebody that loves you. All right. So I was like, oh, okay. You know, after a while, I was like, all right, I'll date a girl seriously. Again, I was just having too much fun. So I dated this girl. All right. And since I was divorced, I dated about, when I say dated, I mean like a serious date, not just dating for sex like you guys are, you Neanderthals. When I say dating, I mean relationship. Okay. So I got into about 3 relationships after I divorced. I think 3. All right. And one was a woman that was a millennial at the time. She was 28. She was quite confusing, right? It basically gave me, I was like, why do people, when you give up all your hoes, why do women act funky? So that's what happened. I was like, all right, I'm going to give up all of that. I'm going to focus on her. Well, once I started doing that, all the games were starting to be played. And so I learned quite a bit about the dating, manipulation, relationships, post-marriage. Okay, I had relationships before that. But I started to learn so much, and I was flabbergasted. I was like, what the hell is going on? I was like, are people really like this? So that's when I start going in to figure out what's going on with the dating world. Before that, I was having fun. Before that, I was married. And before that, I was dating. But that was like pre-2002. Okay, so 2002, then we're talking about 2013. Completely different worlds. So I was like, what's going on? And that is what made me start to watch Red Pill videos. That one right there. That was what made me jump on YouTube. Before I jumped on YouTube, I was on message boards. All right, I would be Googling shit, right? I'm Googling shit, and I'm like, what's going on out here? It's just crazy. So that's when I started to look for shit. Not when I was getting divorced. It was when I was dating, all right? And that was years after the separation. So that is when I started to figure out and try to figure things out. What is going on and why this weird shit happening and what? So a lot of people don't realize that that's where the timeline went. It wasn't the marriage and divorce. I was happily, you know, when we walked away, we were, you know, when you get divorced, you're done already. And a lot of people don't realize that when you get a divorce, the day you leave, it was already fucked up years before that. It didn't happen overnight. It was already starting to go off the rails year before that. So I was already really content about leaving. It wasn't a hard decision. It was like, oh, this is done. And it been done. It was when you started going back into dating. That was when I went into being more inquisitive about dating and romance and relationships. So a lot of people don't know that part of the story. Right? Did you guys know that? You didn't know that, right? So a lot of people think that. But again, the same thing was I was learning a lot about the family court system at the same time, the child support system at the same time. So I was getting a lot of awakening and a lot of information at the same time. And that's where CGA was born, right? That's where it was born. It wasn't born out of the divorce. That was just supplemental information that I was able to give people as I was learning it. And so I started making my earliest videos on the family court, marriage and divorce because I was getting so much information. But that's not what sent me. That's not what sent me. It was the dating after that. All right. So anyway, yeah. Oh yeah. Anyway, what's going on here? Let's get to this part of the show.
New world order.
I was like, these new women are interesting because they weren't the women that I was dating before marriage. They weren't the women that I was meeting during my marriage. But after that, I saw a dynamic shift in the behaviors of women that I thought was foul. I was like, this shit is foul. But yeah. And so I started to learn it, started to investigate it and all of that. And I said, okay, I think I can get this. But yes, I have been in several relationships after my marriage. All right. But yeah. Anyway, I think we got Straggle and Sniggle up. Let's get into it. Straggle and Sniggle Theater.
Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
Straggle and Sniggle Theater. Did we get the Undertaker bell? All right, we got the Undertaker bell too. All right, we got the Undertaker bell. Here we go. Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We got these new women out here, modern women out here. Let's take a look at somebody's Nana. Whose granny is this? Let's play the video. Oh, no. Hey. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, my goodness. Hey.
In these streets.
Hey, man, the streets are open out here. These grannies
I'm going to the streets. End of story.
These grannies like, we out here. We gonna shake a leg. We got young niggas that gonna dick it down. All right. She bringing her hairy bush out here. She like, let's go.
I'm going to the streets. End of story.
She came out with her moo-moo on and all of that shit. They said the streets litty, man. Hey, man, listen. The streets are litty out here for these women out here. They can get what they want. They can get that good feeling. They can get the wet peace sleeve dick down out here. Hey, remember that song WAP? That certainly changed the mindset of the American women to accept that. Yes, we do have the power of the Poonany. All right. And she out there and young dudes, somebody gonna smash. All right. Somebody is gonna smash that tonight. All right. Don't judge them. That's just a reality, bro. She's standing on the table. She's standing on the table. She's standing on something. And she out there, look, man, I always told you, your mama, your nana, your granny, your great-granddaddy. Yep, there was a flapper. They were a flower child. They were part of the Skeezer Association out there.
I'm going to the streets. End of story.
All right. She like, shit. All right. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. All right. And she got her granny shoes on too. All right. Hey, what is this shit? All right. I don't want this. All right, this is who I want to be when I grow up. Hey, man, they ain't never giving up the streets, brothers. The streets are just too lit. And look at them cankles. Oh, look at the granny shoes. She came straight from church. Fuck it. Man, you can't stop them out here, man. It's just too much, just too much temptation for the women out here. All right, Straggle and Sniggle Theater. You ever remember Bruce Willis from Die Hard? Remember Die Hard? Bruce Willis? Bruce Willis was considered a man's man. And, you know, I've heard that he's going through some tough times now. I believe he has a sickness that seems to be, I don't know what the sickness is. Somebody can maybe type it in. I don't know what he has, but I know he's not very well. Now, he does have several daughters, and we call them dad simps. A lot of guys have daughters, and they go into simping, especially if they don't have sons. And I believe he doesn't have a son. Maybe he does. I'm just making a lot of assumptions. All right, but then Bruce Willis, he has this to say. We know he has a daughter, and then we know he married that feminist Demi Moore. She was a 304 back in the day, and we know Demi Moore left him for a younger man, you know. All right, and so this is allegedly a quote from one Bruce Willis, a man's man. He has dementia. Okay, so this is what's happening. All right, he has dementia. So this is apparently a quote from Bruce Willis a few weeks ago. And he says, I think women should be in charge of everything. Dementia sounds about right. Yeah. All right. He has Alzheimer's disease. All right. I think women should be in charge of everything. They should be running the country. Women are just much smarter than men. Even if I had 5 boys, I'd feel the same way. Well, listen, I mean, I kind of know where this is going. Oh, no.
Oh, the humanity.
Yeah, he's out of there. You're out. Shout out to Tom Likas. Bruce Willis. Do you have any sons, sir? You obviously don't have any sons. That's when he said it there at the bottom line. Well, even if I had 5 sons, I would feel the same way. Nope. No, you wouldn't. This is crazy. This is dementia garbly gook. All right, let me see if I can find out how many kids he's got right here. Does he have any sons? He doesn't. He has 3 daughters. See, I knew it. We need to do an episode on Daddy Simps. We need to do an episode on Daddy Simps. He has no sons. He has 3 daughters. All right, typical bullshit that men say when they become Daddy Simps. All right, Daddy Simps is a thing, man. I mean, that is a real big thing. And so there it is right there. He has 3 daughters, and the daughters' names are Rumor, Tallulah, and Scout. All right, no sons, 3 daughters. All right, and then Daddy Simp. I think women should be in charge of everything. You guys got to take this with a grain of salt. It says right here, they should be running the country. Women are just much smarter than men. Even if I had 5 boys, I'd feel the same way. Yeah. All right, so girl dad. Shout out to all the girl dads out here. I believe, a lot of guys. I've dealt with a lot of daddy simps. I dealt with a lot of daddy simps typically when, because I coach women's sports. And these daddy simps would come out of here. They were always former athletes that would talk about all their war stories when they were a basketball player or when they played football. And when they were a basketball and football player at their little podunk college or their little podunk high school, they never cared about women's sports at all. Then what will happen is their daughter will show some sort of athletic prowess. And instead of her playing with Barbies, she starts going to bully someone on the basketball court. And what will happen is these daddies will start saying, oh, wow, my daughter's a great athlete. Wow. And then they'll start going to games and tournaments and leagues. And then their daughter will start killing it on the court. And these daddy simps will be like, that's my daughter. And what will happen is they will be the biggest protesters and advocates and activists for basketball or for female athletes. And they'll come out. Female athletes can, they'll start simping. And by the way, Kobe Bryant became a daddy simp too. All right, because then Then they start saying, well, women's sports are important and they should get what the men get and their locker room should be the same and there shouldn't be any discrepancy and we get the worst practice times. They start being a hell of a simp. And you're like, bruh, you didn't even watch women's sports. And then they start watching women's basketball. They'd be like Maya Moore and Tamika Catchings and Diana Taurasi. They start knowing all of the women's basketball players like they've been watching the whole time. They become a female basketball historian and shit. And you're like, sit the fuck down, bruh. Sit down with that shit. All right, we don't need you to become an activist all of a sudden because your daughter's good at basketball. All right, if she sucked at basketball, you wouldn't be paying attention to this shit like you weren't paying attention last week. So I dealt with a lot of daddy simps like that. And they were always the loudest dads in the room. I'm like, dude, you're only saying this because your daughter's good at ball. If she wasn't good, you wouldn't give a fuck. Right? So calm down. Niggas want to go to all the WNBA games, sitting courtside coaching. All right, man, just shut up, bro. I can't stand people like that. So I dealt for 15 years with a lot of daddy simps like that. And it was only because their daughter showed any talent related to the game. And this is what happens here. Another daddy simp moment by Bruce Willis. So again, that's an example of me being red pill without needing the marriage divorce, without needing relationships. All right. So anyway, shout out to the daddy simps. And they do this with relationships too. People will say, when you have a daughter, it'll change how you look at women. Why? Why should it? Right? All right. Why should it? You should look at women a way that you should look at women. All right. Now that you have a daughter, now you're supposed to switch up. All right. And they become, and guys that do that become the biggest daddy simps. They only saying that because their daughter. And people try to use that against me. Well, what about you? Don't you have a daughter? Does that have anything to do with dating? Does that have anything to do with the marital rates and the divorce rate? What I'm talking about. So don't try to make a man a simp because he has a daughter. I think guys that do that are disingenuous. They're not genuine. They're disingenuous. Don't switch up because you have a daughter. Don't switch up because you have a son. By the way, do women switch up when they have a son? Most of them don't. Some of them do. Most of these women that have sons make these sons absolute tiptoeing fairies. They make them more simpish. All right. So anyway, all right. Don't come out here with that bullshit. Be who you are, not because you brought something into the world. Anyway, I can't stand these daddy simp ass ninjas, man. And people think I'm a just simp because, I brought a daughter in the world. No, be who you are. All right. Anyway. All right. Anyway. Yeah. And then they send these girls into the world with this princess daddy treatment shit. I'm going to teach. Listen, by the way, some of this sounds very much like grooming. I'm going to take you out on a date before, and I'm going to show you how a man should treat you before you deal with men. Is this not grooming? By the way, the Mormons do this. Well, the fundamental Mormons, and they take their daughters on dates. Sometimes they have sex with their daughters. Yes. So they can show their daughters what they're supposed to do with men when they date them. These aren't the regular Mormons. These are the fundamentalist Mormons. This is grooming. So what you do is you groom your daughter for a certain behavior so she can go out into the world and then find guys like that. But does she? No, she still deals with Pookie. She still fucks with Pookie behind your back. Don't do this. This is grooming, guys. I mean, some of you guys are weirdos with some of these philosophies you come up with. I'm going to teach my daughter to accept expensive things from me so she don't have to from other men. Man, if you don't slap yourself, slap yourself. That is some big daddy simp shit if I ain't ever heard none. I'm going to say this again because you guys are missing it. There are men that treat women like shit, apparently, but then when they have a daughter, their sole purpose is to treat them like daddy's princess so that when they go out in the world, they won't deal with Pookies. I mean, like, and then those women get to college and deal with Pookies. Oh, my goodness. All right. So anyway, YouTube doesn't like this part of the stream. I mean, I see this. This is pure daddy simpism. Oh, there it is. They don't like it. I knew it. All right.
New world order.
It is unbelievable, man. Anyway, I love challenging the common mindset, because you commoners say some of the weirdest shit to me. I'm like, what are you guys talking about? Anyway, speaking of, I have somebody's daughter on the screen here in about 3 seconds. It says right here, where are all the single men? I think I showed this woman before. All right, so here we go.
I was wondering, like, where's all the dudes? I don't know, but they're not there. And that's cool. Not like I care. Okay, so I recently went to a singles event, and it was 90% women. And I was wondering, like, where's all the dudes? I don't know, but they're not there.
I've seen this woman before. I don't know if I've shared this video before, and so it just came back around. But I think I played a video by this woman before. And this woman is saying she went to a single. You heard what she said. She went to a singles event and the men weren't there. All right. First of all, I mean, this is too obvious. It's too easy. I would sound like Red Pill 2017 if I even talked about this. However, right, no, men do not go to singles events. This is not a place to go. So they can get rejected by 97 girls out of 100 at the singles event. All right, these women come with a wet appetite and a dry Poonany. All right, they be in there coming wet. They hypergamy off the chart. But I thought the comments were funny. All right, here's right here. The comments response from the men were pretty good. All right, men don't go to singles events. We've got work and bills to handle. Facts. All right, this guy says, why don't you ask the bear? Ask the bear. Ask the bear. All right, we don't need men. The bear or women or men. The bear or men. This one says, you walked past all of them and drove past them on your way to the singles event. Oh my goodness, this is a fact. Now that's the best comment to me. On the way to the singles event, that's exactly who you walk past. A bunch of single men on the way to practice some little bit of hypergamy on steroids. Any woman going to a singles event is not going for genuine reasons. Of course, you guys are trying to convince men to date women that like you. And this is certainly not a place for a man to go in order to find women that like them at all. No connection, no kismet, no nothing. All right, you walk past them and drove past them on the way to the singles event. Yeah, they're outside. Go touch grass. All right, singles event ain't going to get you any good leads there. In fact, most of the guys there, they're not going to be top tier guys. They're going to be beta brads. Anyway. All right, ask the bear. I thought that was quite entertaining. All right, is this Straggle and Sniggle Theater? We got Straggle and Sniggle Theater here. We have, oh my goodness. Okay, apparently we have plus size Disney goers. All right, look at these numbers dropping. I guess you guys had some problem with the stream. We had 2,000 and now it dropped, but I guess there was a problem with the stream. Of course, when I start talking realness, it gets real out here. All right, but do me a favor, hit the like button. All right, let's play this video.
Here's what we eat in a day at Disney World as 5 plus-size best friends. We started in Animal Kingdom where Sarah and Teanna shared the colossal cinnamon roll. This is one of their favorites. Me, Ashley, and Katie started with the coconut cold brew from Kusafiri. It is so good. I got the marinated chicken flatbread from Kusafiri and Ashley got the one with pork. Mine was a little too spicy for me, so I just ate my chips and gave the flatbread to Michael. He's the best. Katie got a breakfast Dole Whip from Tamu Tamu Refreshments, which melted very quickly because it was so hot. And Sarah got a Dole Whip float from the same place. Later on in the day, I was thirsty for ice cream, so we got old-fashioned hot fudge sundae from Dino Bite Snacks. I got chocolate ice cream and Ashley got strawberry. Sarah helped Ashley finish her sundae. What a good sister. Over at Trilo Bites, Katie got the Zazu Dole Whip coconut lime float. She also got the golden margarita. Sarah got the fried chicken sandwich at Restaurantosaurus, which surprisingly was really good. At this point, I was feeling a little peckish, so Ashley got the chicken sandwich as well, and I had her fries. Teanna got her go-to.
I'm always hungry. All I spend my money on is food. Papa John's, McDonald's, America's Best Wings, Popeyes.
Popeyes. All right, so there you go right there, boy. Wow. Look at this. And by the way,
big back, big back, big back.
All right, that's a black man's dream on your screen right there. Yeah, and she dates black men, for sure. But guys, I'm telling you, man, listen, if you've ever been to Disneyland, there are thousands of these at Disneyland, thousands. And this is how they be outside. You know what I mean? They be coping outside. They go to Disneyland. They get their little, you know, their Disney ears, and they walk around. It'd be a whole bunch of big backs out there. They love Disneyland. I don't know what it is. They love Disneyland, and they love their hairstylist ass ninjas. All right, I don't know what's going on. All right, boy, they really, it's crazy. But look at these mitts on this woman right here. Look at these mitts. All right, and look at that. Look at them jabberjaws. Look at them jabberjaws. Look at this build. Now, when we're going to talk about men like this in a minute. All right, later on in the stream. We're going to talk about men because men, I'm going to try to disprove something to a lot of guys here in a minute. This is definitely someone who is not physically fit. This is someone who does her fitness. The only thing she fitting this Disney burger in her mouth. All right. But we're going to talk about this later on because this type of mindset is important. All right. She eating a gang of churros and shit. All right. But they're just going to be like, well, it's all about love, coach. Okay. Oh, man, we got so much Straggle and Sniggle here. Okay, let me see if I can play this one. This is a quick one right here. Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We have this woman that says this right here. This is what she, man, who records in your bonnet? Okay, here we go.
If we fucking raw, you all mine. That phone is too. If we fucking raw, you all mine. That phone is too.
Oh, my goodness, man. This is an absolute Straggle Daggle. Okay, man. All right. If we're having sex raw, you're mine. That phone is too. Who agrees with this? Who agrees with this? If we are having sex raw, then you're in a committed relationship. And she said that phone is too. Who agrees with this? Anybody agree with this particular mindset? Press 1 in the chat if you agree. Press 3 in the chat if you disagree. I mean, this is all right. Raw doggy means she owns you. All right, you got her soul. All right, so again, what about if it's condom sex? What happens if it's condom sex? Like, it don't count? You know, that's what they're saying now. Condom sex doesn't count. It don't count, y'all. It don't count, y'all. It don't count, y'all. So right here, raw sex, you're mine, and the phone.
If we fucking raw, you all mine. That phone is too.
I mean, you got to watch out for girls that look like that right there. These women out here, they get started early, bro. They get started early. Speaking of getting started early, have you ever heard of the woman Teanna Trump? All right, I remember people used to talk about her, and I never did any research about her. Then I figured out why people were talking about her. Apparently, she's on the No Jumper podcast. Teanna Trump is a fountain of great information about schizoids and prawn stars and OnlyFans girls. All right, she's a great source of information, and one of the sources of information that she gives you typically is centered around some sort of sex work or some sort of dating an NBA player or something like that. Well, Teanna Trump doesn't have much of a filter. All right, she's kind of one of these tragic mulattoes, and we've seen her tragic mulatto here and another tragic mulatto here. All right, so we got the tragic mulatto syndrome. Shout out to the exotical mulatticos out here. We love you. We love you. All right, listen to what Teanna Trump says right here on October 7th or here on the No Jumper podcast with Adam 12. All right, so here we go.
You know what's crazy? No, totally. So the person that like got me into porn was a Pacers player. I was 16 years old, and he hit me up on Instagram. So we have pictures, we have videos of me 16 and having sex with this man. I'm not 16's age of consent though, so he's good, but
that's
still
not on Twitter, but okay.
Yeah, I know, right? They're like, fuck, assholes. But I told him like a couple years ago, I was like, how old do you think I am? And he like said some dumb shit like 26, 20. I was like, no. And when I met you, I was 16. He because he would videotape me.
Did he freak out?
No.
When he realized that all his videotapes were child porn?
No.
Okay.
And he still shows me them, and a hacker got a hold of them. No one ever did. We never had it blown up. And he's a really famous person.
You have a no snitching policy, I'm guessing?
Yeah.
Have you ever tried to air a guy out, really?
I've been thinking about it.
Gentlemen, I've been trying to tell y'all. I've been trying to tell y'all for a long time that this is going on. Now, people want to believe. People want to act like this ain't been going on, despite the fact that we got R. Kelly in prison, Diddy, we got the Epstein list, Ninjas is shuffling, all right? We got the Epstein people deleting people to be off the Epstein list and so forth and so on. This is what I've been telling you a lot, and I want men to be aware of this, and there's a lot to unpack there, but I've been trying to tell you guys that people get started early out here. I know people don't want to hear it, but then when the evidence is in your face, you don't know what to do. You're like, wow, but they're minors, coach. What do we do? And I'm like, bro, I can't tell. I know what the law is. I know what's going on. But when they said backstage underage, that's what they meant. Now, I did look up who the person she was. I didn't know who the person she was talking about, but I said, well, what is the age of consent in Indiana? It is, in fact, 16. All right, so she's saying, well, the age of consent makes it okay. But we have a moral argument that tends to take this the other way. And we say, I don't care what the age of consent is. Well, the age of consent does matter because it is not an illegal act. It might be immoral. You might highly disagree with it, and that's completely fine. I can't argue that. That is your belief versus somebody else's belief. But my belief is this. I don't care what you believe. It's happening. That's my point. I'm never telling you what could or should happen. I'm not here to argue that. Like, I believe black people should get reparations. Do I believe they're going to get it? No. And I believe that they shouldn't even waste their time to try to get it. It's clear you're not going to get it. Don't waste your time. You see how I can have all the same beliefs? I can have a belief and I can have something that I'm sure of. Arguing what it could be is pointless. Same thing here. You have a belief. I have a belief. Morally, I don't think it's okay. Legally, it's okay. And my point is, it's happening whether you like it or not. So I'm always centered on what's actually happening versus what should happen. That's where the argument it is, and people can't get it through their head as to what I'm trying to say. Then when I say it's happening, you say that I'm justifying it or coping or I'm actually promoting it. I'm doing neither. I'm just saying this is happening. Now, when I show you evidence is happening, what do you guys do? All you guys can do is do what the weakest people do, lean on morality. And you do nothing about it. You just talking. You do nothing about it. You don't get no laws changed. You don't prosecute people. You don't persecute people. You don't track down information. You do absolutely nothing with it but talk. Yeah, it should. And what I'm telling you is it's happening. Period. What are you going to do about it? Yes, girls are sneaking out. Girls are getting groomed and indoctrinated. Girls are getting flown out. Girls are selling pussy at this age and feet pictures. What are you going to do about it? I don't care how many are doing it. We're telling you they're doing it. Now, doing it accepting that they're doing it brings awareness. With awareness, you can make good decisions. I'm just bringing awareness. And with awareness, you make good decisions. Or you can make a decision, which means, in effect, I'm telling you, women get started way earlier than men. That is the point. When you go out here and you're dating women, 28, 30, 38, 40, highly likely they've participated in this. Highly likely. Does that change how you deal with people dating? You probably would say yes. You probably would say yes. Be aware of it. Be aware of it. By the way, what is the most common age of early terminations of pregnancy? The common age is 14 to 21. 14 to 21. It is not 26, 25, 30, 34, 40. So that means the damage is being done in that particular age group, which means, in effect, they're active. They tend to be active. Does that change that you're a 22-year-old virgin or a 30-year-old virgin or a guy that doesn't have much success and you think you're running game? You're not running game on a bitch that's been out here fucking NBA players at 16 on video. You're not. That's why I think it's crazy that you over here looking like a whole pubic hair think you're about to run game on a woman that had an abortion at 17. I'm like, bro, the fuck are you talking about? You guys are clowns. They got way more game than you. I've been saying for a long time, women have way more experience in game than you on any fucking day of the week. Any day of the week. Especially you nerd-ass ninjas. Especially you nerd ninjas. As soon as I see you nerd ninjas talking about game, I'm like, dude. They got way more experience in game and insight on relationships and instincts on relationships than you. You ain't gonna teach them nothing new with your goofy bullshit. All right, so anyway, all right. So you gonna run game on her? Okay, yeah, all right. Body count, 80 out of high school, getting fucked on film at 16 by an NBA basketball player. Good luck. Have fun, ass ninja. Most of these ninjas, they got a body count over 25, and they think they about to come out here looking like a pubic hair and run game on these broads. These girls are veterans. These girls are in the system already. And why won't this video play again? All right, goodness, play the video again. All right, they in the game since 14, 15, 16, fam. All right, here we go.
So the person that like got me into porn was a Pacers player. I was 16 years old, and he hit me up on Instagram. So we had been, and we have pictures, we have videos of me 16 and having sex with this man. I'm not 16's age of consent though, so he's good, but
That's
still.
not on Twitter, but okay.
Yeah, I know, right? You're like, fuck, assholes. But I told him like a couple years ago, I was like, how old do you think I am? And he like said some dumb shit like 26, 20. I was like, no. And when I met you, I was 16. Cause he would videotape me.
How the hell, like, you would actually ask, how does that happen? You would be like, how does a 16-year-old get access to an NBA player and videotaping her getting split in half?
It's barbecue in there.
How does that happen? Dude, you would be shocked at the amount of men, these daddy simp parents, that think that they groom their daughter to not do this. And then when their daughter, dude, I seen this. Let me tell you, bro. I seen a young woman, because I was actually a client of, well, a friend of mine, a personal trainer friend of mine had a client. He invited me over to his house, and I've been to his house several times. He had a teenage daughter. All right, and I'm working with teenage girls for a long time, so I know when they up to no good. All right, I know when they up to no good. All right, and so her friend comes over, and then they start going around. You know, when they start hovering around and keeping secrets and be like over there meeting in the corner, I was like, they up to no good. So I watched this guy. He was a daddy simp, Italian guy over here. I watched his daughter. He had split custody, meaning the daughter goes over to the mom house some weeks, and then some weeks the daughter's with the dad. And she looked like she was up to no good type of girl. She comes over to the dad, puts her arms around his neck. Hi, Dad. Kisses him on his head. Hey, I need to go to Mom's house and pick up something. You think I can spend the night over there? I was like, yeah, damn. Now, I saw her thoughting and plotting just a few minutes ago. He didn't see it coming. And so she buttered his ass up, gave him a kiss, draped herself around Dad. She was about 16, 17, 18, or what? It's about 17. Kissed him on the head, buttered his ass up, and said, can I spend the night at Mom's house? I was like, oh, shit. I was like, she about to be rolling up weed, getting them insides pushed to her esophagus, bruh. I was like, man, this is crazy. But, of course, Daddy Sims, oh, yes, my daughter. So when you would say, how can a 16-year-old get out of the house? You know how to get out of the house. They'll go say, I'm going to spend the night at my friend's house. Guys, ladies, are you here? They've been doing this for years, since 6th grade. I'm going to go spend the night at my friend's house. And they be out there thoughting and plotting. All right, they ain't out there playing Barbie dolls and My Little Ponies and coloring books and shit. Okay? They ain't out there doing that. They out there going, okay, my dad don't know. I told him I'm going to be at my mom's house. I told Mom I'm going to be at my dad's house. And they out. Thoughting and plotting. Easy. That's easy. All right. So anyway, I see stuff like this, and I see these daddy simps out here completely in foolishness and completely lacking awareness. And I'm like, what is going on? All right. Men don't have no clue. Anyway, that is Straggle and Sniggle Theater.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
Straggle and Sniggle. Yep, with a fake ID and all of that. But guys, that ain't happening, coach. All right, not all women, not my girl, not my daughter. You better watch it, bro. I've seen it, man. I've seen it. And I've seen some very good girls, too. Women do mature at different rates. All right. So there's some girls that, you know, especially Gen Z girls, they tend to either hyper mature or they be playing with dolls at 17, making YouTube videos. Like there's a big age gap or discrepancy between maturity. And some women mature fast. Like at 13, they ready to be out in the streets. Typically a Latina. All right, at 13, they ready to be outside. Some women, it might take them till 17, 18. Some women now for Gen Z, it takes them to like 19, 20 before they want to be outside. All right, but yeah, man, depends. And oh, by the way, the data, I actually back this up with data. Again, I'm always using kind of data and backing up, not what should happen. Well, they should. I don't care what should happen. All right, but the data shows us that black women and then Latinas start their age of first sex 13, 14. Let me see here. All right, and that's the women. Let me see here. That's the women. And I showed this before. A lot of people don't realize that. With black women, it's way early. It's about 13 or 14. But the average age is 17. So it's not even, I mean, it doesn't get any better. It's still at the teenage years. Age of sexual debut is what they call it. The age of sexual debut. And African-American females have the earliest sexual debuts. And of course, not all. I can't speak for all. We're just looking at where the data is there. But yeah, I've done several shows on this. Where is it at here? Here we go. Let's see, man. I mean, this chart is kind of hard to understand. It's kind of hard to understand. African-American females, 13. Yeah, it's right here. They are the purple dotted line. Unfortunately, the African-American male starts earlier. Look at this chart. It's kind of hard to understand here. But the solid lines are the males. African-American male, 12. All right. Small percentage, but we're not telling the average yet. All right. The average gets down here in the bottom here. This is the first recorded. African-American male, 12. Hispanic male, 12. Going over here, the lines start getting dashed. Hispanic female, well, you know what? This chart is very, very hard to figure out. But they even have Asian female over here. Oh, my goodness. All right, Jesus, younger than that. Ay. All right, but let's go down to where it starts getting more and more. As you can see here, dotted dash purple is the African-American female, African-American male. You guys are some goddamn crazy pussy fiends. All right, you guys are the solid purple right there. The solid purple, 13, 12, 14. All right. Yeah, it's bad. Hispanic female, Hispanic male. Ay. You guys are some. Ay. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad out here. You guys are some fiends. You women are some fiends, but everybody starts early. It's earlier than people will really want to acknowledge. And it's gut-wrenching because we just hope that they're not doing it. We just hope they're not doing it, but the data tells us, yeah, they're getting started and interested in it. And if all they need is space and a place. All they need is space and a place. I mean, they get space and a place, meaning time and space. Oh, sorry, time and a place. It's going to happen. All right, you got 1% females at 12, then 19% at 15, and 32% at 16. I mean, bruh. We got the reason why I'm bringing is awareness. Remember, I'm just telling you what is. I'm not telling you what should, what could. Really, I don't tell you what you need to do about it because I don't think there's all I say is you should be aware. All right, but there's the data right there. All right, and anybody, yeah, it's there, bro. And this is the female numbers right here. All right, so 1% at age 12, but the contrast is at 15, it's 19%, and at 16, it's 32%. So in our world, we basically put blinders on, like, oh, it's not happening and it shouldn't happen. All they need is time and a place. If you ever give them time and a place, meaning that, let's just say you're a single mother, or we'll even make it a father. If you're a single father and your kids get home at 3 o'clock and you don't get home from work until 6:30, that's time and a place. And if that work schedule is consistent, they know and predictably will have a time and a place. Now, if there's a parent always at the house, And that child, that minor, is supposed to come home between those hours. And by the way, those are the hours of danger. They literally call those the danger hours for kids. That's when kids steal stuff at the store. That's when kids don't do homework. That's when kids, those are the danger hours. If a parent is at home at 3, when that kid gets home and that kid is supposed to get home and do their homework, they're less likely to do it during these ages. Now, when they get to college, they're probably going to do it. All right. So time and a place. Time. You have space. You have a place. If they have that, probably going to do it. And ladies and gentlemen, just because you're at work and you can call them on the phone or you got their location does not mean that's going to prevent it. And parents need to be aware of it. I'm just making you aware. Shout out to our brother GC. Welding says, thanks for the knowledge and the motivation, coach. Shout out to you, the knowledge and the motivation. I appreciate you, GC Welding. Somebody said they don't need more than 30 seconds. This is a fact. All they need is 30 seconds. I mean, let alone 3 hours. 3 hours is crazy. Shout out to our brother Brandon B. Says, shout out to the coach gang. No lie, back in the day, I would have a half a day at school, and my mom would always catch me at the house sneaking a girl in. He says, I will get grounded and get my PlayStation taken away every time. 100%. 100%. So, yeah, man, half a day at school. They get home at 12:30. You don't get home till 6:30. It's about to be on like Donkey Kong, right? And, of course, data also tells us if your kid is active in extracurricular activities, they reduce the risk. The risk gets reduced. So if they got basketball practice, they got softball practice, especially females, you reduce the risk of this behavior during the danger hours because they're at practice. They're at a game. They're on a bus to a tournament. They got conditioning. They got weights. So you reduce this. Female athletes have a great reduction, and female musicians have a great reduction in this behavior because they're active. They're not at home very much by themselves. And so that's why they say keep your kids active. If your kids are not in any extracurricular activities or going to tutoring, forget it. Yep, they should be in band, going to piano lessons. And people say, well, you're doing that so they could be a great softball player. No, you're not. You're doing this so they don't get pregnant. You're doing this so you decrease the risk of them fucking at 13 and 16 or going to an NBA basketball player's house. You reduce the risk. All right. So you want to put them in dance. You want to put them in tutoring. You want to put them in extracurriculars, and you want to pay for this so you don't have your girl get an abortion at 16. All right. Again, common sense. If females get guys, the data shows us you decrease the risk significantly if they are active. That doesn't mean they're not going to be active. That doesn't mean that. You decrease the risk significantly when they're active. It's common sense, and common sense is arguing not common sense. Doesn't mean they're not going to do it. You decrease the risk. See, it's a battle of wills with these goofballs. I'm telling you what is. You're telling it what it might be. You're telling me what it is. You're telling me what it might be. I tell you what is. You tell me what might be. I tell you the data. You say, well, I know someone. Anecdotal. Decrease. You can't eliminate it. You just decrease the risk. Come on, guys. Some of these men, some of these men's are goofy. Listen to me when I talk. You never eliminate anything. You decrease the risk. You don't eliminate. There's no such thing as eliminating. I coached a lot of girls. Some girls play basketball and fuck college guys. They were rare. Right? All right. It was rare. So it happens, but you just decrease the risk. Okay. All right. Here we go right here. We got a lot of men out here that I see why you have problems with women. You ought to argue You never hear me out. You never hear it. Goofy ninjas, man. Shout out to MC Hamster. He says, to the Desert Storm bunker from the Purple Pill Palisades, we hunker down for Hurricane Milton over here. Shout out to all the strong and independent women who don't need no man for severe weather. He says those 3 dogs can put up sandbags for you. Ooh, yeah. It always gets a little hairy in natural disasters, doesn't it? It does. All right. It does. So shout out to them. They can put their own sandbags up and they can plow their own snow. All right. Shout out to Cali West says, Kanye made a song called Violent Crimes where he says the best a girl's dad can do is point her in the right direction to make an informed decision. And he says right here, extend something like that of being cuddled and the daughter rebels and makes dumb decisions. This is the nature between men and women. So women do get an early stage of rebellion. Men tend to not rebel as early, tend to. Here's what I'm saying. They tend to. Certainly they do. But they tend to not, men tend to know what happens if they rebel too much. What happens? You get put out. How many men, Gen Xers, got put out at 18 talking shit to their mama? Right? The situation gets real fast. Women tend to rebel in these early years. 13 is when the age of rebellion is. But they tend to not get put out. When they get put out, there's real damage done to them. But they tend to not get put out. So the weight of their rebellion is almost never felt. People give them a benefit of the doubt. You don't want your daughter on the stripper pole, right? You start making all kind of things. Well, I can't put her out. So you accept the rebellion. All right. You accept the rebellion. All right. We ain't got time for joking ass niggas. I tell the jokes. You don't tell the jokes in the chat. All right. We got joking niggas. I was joking. Ninja, we ain't telling jokes. I tell the goddamn jokes. I'm the comedian. Right. So when women rebel, we don't put their ass out. When your daughter rebels, you tend to try to bring her back in closer because you know what rebellion looks like. When a man rebels, you get put the fuck out. And so men know real quick how much rope they got. All right, how much rope do I got in here? So, and then now I got to pay my own rent and pay my own bills and have my own apartment and have sex. You're going to get put out. So when women rebel, we tend to try to work it out. Oh, I don't want my daughter out there stripping. Talking about Papa don't preach. All right, TV right here. All right, so you tend to get with it real quick. Shout out to our brother Luke says, Coach, what advice would you give yourself from 23 to 27 and 2024? Don't get married. That would be my advice. All right, Derek says that flatback has that Patriot player's whole career in her hands. He says if that ninja made her mad or forgot to send her a birthday gift, she's going to write a book on that ninja. What Patriots player? There was a Patriot player that got picked up. Patriot player arrested. I think I seen this. Is it Jabril Peppers strangulation? Was this during sex or no? All right. All right. Jabril Peppers, the NFL star has been what they believe to be on cocaine. Okay, yep. He had the coca on him. I guess he has a domestic violation. I heard of his name. I don't really know what he does here. Jabril Peppers. Yep. Another. Some of these guys are absolutely insane, these football players. So he says right there, he was on coca, potentially on coca, arrested for assault the morning of celebrating his 29th birthday. During the season? All right, save that shit for after the season. All right, and so he got a call, 911 distress. He was arrested. Victim was treated for EMS. All right, is it a white girl? Somebody said it's a white girl. Court finally say he choked her multiple times before pushing her down a flight of stairs. All right, there you go. Oh, and there's videotape evidence that casts doubt on the charges. All right, so his attorney saying, nah, there's video. And there probably is video of him not doing it. Let me see if the girl is a white girl. Jabril Peppers' girlfriend. Is this a girlfriend? Jabril claims he refused to have unprotected sex with his girlfriend, leading to the disturbing alleged incident. Oh, so he wanted to put a condom on. What an absolute dumpster fire this is. So he wanted condom sex with his girl. Is she? I can't see if the girl. I do have one woman here, but she looks like a mulatto. She don't look white. All right, she looks like a mulatto. I don't know if this is the girl though. Yeah, this is the girl. This is the girl. Of course, she's a volleyball player. All right. So she wanted to go raw sex. He said no. He wanted to choke her and dominate her.
I like to get dominated.
All right. So this,
I like to choked.
This is allegedly the woman. Allegedly the woman here. I've seen 2 pictures, so I'm gonna corroborate it. Okay. Yeah, man. I don't know. It's a bad situation all around. You guys got to be careful out there. Again, these relationships, I wonder why guys get in relationships at all. I mean, I don't wonder. I just wonder why they're advised to get in a relationship at that age with all of that to risk, especially football players, because football players are an interesting breed of men. They're somewhat barbaric, and, you know, although they've been professionalized in a bit, these people are crazy. In order to play football, you got to be a little bit insane in the membrane, which is going to bring up a very, very important point in my topic about broke dating. All right. It's going to bring up a very, very important topic. All right. So let me go ahead and take that poll down. Apparently, everybody wants to bang a baddie. That's why you guys are going on dates. Not a surprise. Not a surprise. 38% of people said the purpose of dating is to dick down a baddie. You see it right there. All right, so wowzers. All right, we're in trouble, gentlemen, but not as in trouble as this right here. Let's go to Crime and Law CGA. Speaking of trouble, we're going to report some trouble here. Crime and Law CGA right here. Here it is. Let me get the sound effect. All right, first item up for bid on Crime and Law CGA. Here we go. We have a Queens man. Shout out to Queens, New York. A Queens man was fatally shot because he came to defend his girlfriend who got touched inappropriately. Oh, no. Oh, no. His name is Rashawn Williams. You see the brother right here. What about love, coach? He was hanging out with his friends outside a location in Queens or in Flushings around 7:30 p.m. on Friday when he got a call from his girlfriend who told him a man that just touched her inappropriately. Just days away from his 40th birthday, Williams was shot 3 times after exchanging words with his alleged attacker.
Pop, pop, cut, cut, cut. Skitty keep pop, pop. And a pop, pop, boom.
The alleged killer fled the scene and was still not apprehended by Sunday evening. Well, all of this, it was about a goyle. Of course it was. The victim's mom, Beverly Williams, told the Daily News, "Where's the guy at?" Some young man smacked her on the buttocks, and she picked up the phone and called Rashawn, and he came to her defense. It's senseless. It comes back to him being a helpful person. All right. He wasn't confrontational. He was about right or wrong. Don't I try to tell you guys this all the time? Guys, and some of you guys are absolute weirdos with this. It's about right or wrong, right? I'm here to tell you it's not about right or wrong. It's about what is. Now, if you want to change the scale out here about what's right or wrong, why are we so selective about what's right or wrong? Why are we selective? The guys that tend to be thinking about what's right or wrong also be stealing shit, right? So is that right or wrong? This morality, type morality in the chat. Type morality in the chat. Right now. Type morality. And I'm going to show you where your weakness is. And it's always a weakness in the argument. A lot of guys will use morality on one side of the argument and completely amoral on another side of the argument. And that is pure hypocrisy. Because why do you put your cape on over here, but over here you want us to look the other way? And people are like this. I know this. All human beings have this character flaw. We want to be hyper vigilant about something, and then we prioritize. Well, there's an order of sin. And over here, this sin doesn't mean as much. And then you let this shit slide over here. Don't let shit slide. Or if you're going to be hyper vigilant about everything. Remember, according to the Bible that you guys thump, there's no weight in any sin. All sin is bad. All sin is weighted equally. Morality has people out here doing shit over here and bad shit over here. Stop it. I don't understand. It's not about right or wrong. Because if this is about right or wrong, why is the woman in the circumstance? What led her there? Why am I coming across town to do this? Why don't she call 911? Why don't she call the police? That's what the police do. Why don't you call the police? The first thing you do is tell me to come over there and I skedaddle over there and I get shot. I'm not dying for no because you got your ass out and he smacked you. Now, is it right that he smacked you on the ass? No. But I'm not the judge, the jury, or the executioner. And I don't sort out the law either. That's the law, and that's between you and law enforcement. Okay, why do I go over there and get shot? And so the mother who trained this guy up, we always talk about these guys, all right, being trained up like son, husbands, and simps, have you believing that it is your fucking job to run over from one side of the town to the other to get shot.
Pop, pop, cock, cock, cock.
Right?
Skitty keep pop, pop. And a pop, pop,
I don't get it. I don't get what dudes be out here arguing. Okay, what could happen? Okay, I always tell you, hey man, this is gonna happen. Shit like this is gonna happen. Like your girl's gonna get talked to by another man, cold approached by another man, potentially, unfortunately, sexually assaulted by another man. That's gonna happen. Sometimes she entertained it. Sometimes she was completely unaware and got taken advantage of. That's gonna happen. All right, but the first thing you guys do is, well, we should be out here protecting these women. Bro, I ain't got no time for that. So I'm going to run up into a burning building and die over an ass touch. You live 40 years. I know people don't agree with me on this one, and I love it. You lived almost 40 fucking years. Try not to die every day. I live 40 years trying not to die. Literally, that's what we do every day. We wake up, and every decision we make is to prevent from dying. Sometimes we can't do it. But we stay in the house. We buckle up our seatbelt. We pick a car with airbags. We don't cross the street unless we got the fucking right of way. You know what I mean? We don't step outside on the intersection. We just prevent dying. That's what we do every day. You spent 40 years trying not to die, only to die because somebody touched your girlfriend's ass. Come on. Come on, guys. This is not much. You're not a hero. We don't need another hero. You guys aren't hero to women. If she don't want to get touched on the ass, tell her to try to figure out how not to get touched on the ass. Maybe don't come outside. Or don't be out late at night unless you're with me. Okay? Or a male figure. Stay in the house. Put on some proper clothes. Don't stand in line with a crowd of niggas. I mean, guys, stop with this whole sense of this morale. I don't understand how people try to sell that to you because you end up like this, bruh. You end up like this. No, because somebody touched your girlfriend's ass. You came across town to get shot, and the dude still didn't get caught. I hope he does. It says he was shot 3 times in both shoulders and in the abdomen, according to police, died at the New York Presbyterian Hospital in Queens. And look, see, here's more of this shit, guys. Hey, man, mindset is everything, guys. Get out of the community, please. It says these little boys can't fight anymore, so they got to carry a gun to make up for the man missed inside of them. This is not good mindset. This is a horrible mindset. This is what we got out of this. Oh, he a coward for, yes, slapping her on the ass and sexually assaulting her. Yes, that's cowardly. I agree. But now we're talking about fighting. I mean, Jesus. I mean, dude, you got to get out of the low grade, low frequency mindset. No. How about, okay, bitch, get your ass in the house. All right. Or why don't you call 911? Fill out a police report. What am I supposed to do? Catch them. And then what am I supposed to do with them when I catch them? Fight them? Now, if I was standing there, now we got a different conversation because that's about my respect. All right. But, all right, I don't think I'm going to lose my life for my girl getting her ass touched. All right. Maybe I'll take a picture, report it to the police. All right. But I'm not about to fight no crazy ass nigga. All right. For touching. No. All right. And guess what? She going to get her cheeks clapped by next week, sundown. Before this ninja is 6 feet deep, she gonna get dick down. And the reason we know this, I'm gonna tell you this. You guys don't know this. I'm gonna tell you what is. I'm not telling you what all, but I'm gonna tell you what is, and you're gonna have to either accept it or reject it. Don't tell me what. Well, I'm gonna tell you what happens when women are traumatized. A lot of you guys are going to get a red pill here. This is a red pill, but this is a common sense thing. And ladies, let me know if I'm right or wrong. Now, not about you. I'm talking about in general. I'm being very general. A lot of you guys don't know when women are traumatized, they have sex. Now, if the trauma is from sex, it might not necessarily be the case, but it could be simply because we've seen evidence of this. When women experience trauma, one of the first things they do to release is to have sex. It's going to be a hard one for you guys. Now, I'm not telling you it could happen. I'm saying that it tends to happen. It's very common. Even women who experience sexual assault and rape, they do have sex. They do have sex within that time frame. This is what makes it complicated for them to figure out because they have had cases where women will say a rape happened, but they had other men's semen in their pants. And we got is it Kayanetta says, I can agree with that. Yes. This is a fact. This is a fact. They have sex as a release. So even if they're assaulted sexually, raped, violated, they will go have sex right away. Unfortunately, I know people don't want to deal with it. I cover the hard conversations, and this doesn't happen with everybody, but it's common. All right, it's very common, and this is what makes this is what makes a rape allegation flawed because we hear it, and then they say, yeah, well, she has sex the same day with another man. Yeah. Because when they're traumatized, they do have sex. I mean, it's the easiest thing for them to do. So they will have a consensual sex after having a non-consensual sex. It is hard. Even if somebody dies in the family, first thing they do is get up under someone and they will have sex. It's, right? A family member dies and they curl up under somebody and they giving up the booty cheeks, clapping cheeks. They was in tears. I mean, it's a form of comfort for them. So he says they want that warm embrace. So in this situation, it is true that there's a high likelihood before that guy's funeral, she will have sex with another man. I mean, I just tell you what's going on out here. All right. I don't tell you if they should or could or they shouldn't. One woman says, I think that this, and Morgan's a young woman. She says, I think that's retarded, but I've heard of it with some. Yes. Not all women are going to do it, but it's very common for that to happen. In fact, I actually had a woman, she said she was sexually assaulted. And then she said she came from the situation and she immediately wanted to have sex with me. So I've experienced this as well. And she was like, she was crying and she was like, I was at my boss's house and I was working on something and he sexually assaulted me. And she was in the bed, ready to let me hit. So it's like, wow. I was like, what? All right, shit, I ain't going to be on your grape test. They not going to have my sperm on your goddamn test. All right, because why don't you go to the police? Why don't you go get a grape test? You're not going to have my ejaculation in there. But by the way, it is what it is. It is what it is. It's one of those things that is very, very hard to figure out. But women are hard to figure out when you're trying to understand them. All right, when you just accept who they are, then you can accept it. I know, I'll be teaching y'all a lot of shit here. All right, crime and law CGA. We have this one here. We have a story. Crime and law. And it says right here, a man tricked by fiance into deleting his mistress and her family in shocking revenge plot, according to the police. So if I'm interpreting this is right, the mistress is here in the blue shirt, the Latina woman right here. Shout out to her. She's the mistress. This is not my girl, not my wife, and this is his 2 kids. All 4 of these people are allegedly deceased, if I'm getting this correct. Here are the people involved. Apparently, this is the woman who set up the plot, and this is the ninja, apparently, who did the deletion. All right, so I don't know what the hell's going on, but we'll break it down. There's new detailed breakdown of the alleged lengths. Ermelinda Palamo, her name is.
Now I got to cut you.
Of the lengths that she went to in order to convince her fiance, Nathaniel Huey.
Niggas always gotta show they teeth.
I'm telling you, man, pussy is a crazy motivator, bro. We got to accept it for what it is. Ninjas be like, it ain't for me. It's a credible motivator. And it gets you to do some of the craziest things. It says Nathaniel Huey, that is, he didn't delete his mistress and her family. It says she was going to attack him as part of an internal or international criminal organization plot. Oh, my God. All right, let me see if they got some news on this shit.
But first, new details have been revealed in the 2023 killings of a family in Romeoville.
Police are now saying a woman manipulated her boyfriend into believing he had to execute the family per orders of a Mexican cartel. 38-year-old Alberto Rolón and 32-year-old Zoraida Bartolome. Their 2 children and 3 dogs were fatally shot in their suburban home.
Oh, no, not the dog. The dogs were shot, too. The 2 children, it looks like the 3 dogs or 2 dogs and the man, the husband.
Body-worn camera footage from the night of September 17, 2023 shows the moment police conducted a welfare check and discovered the bodies.
What about love?
Oh, God. Dogs are dead.
Dogs. Jesus.
I need more units here.
Investigators say Bartolome was having an affair with the alleged killer, Nathaniel Huey Jr.
All right, so let's go back.
Pop, pop, cut, cut, cut. Skitty
See right here?
Pop, and a pop, pop, boom.
So right here, again, I'm going to tell you what happens. People have affairs. I can't stop it. And people have affairs at high rate. I know people be like, but what about love? And I can get a woman to love me if I don't have money. We're going to talk about this. Even if you have money, it's a motivator. Unfortunately, this is a risk you take in some relationships, and it can end very drastically. This is a very, very drastic end here. This is not going to happen to you more than likely. But what could happen? An affair. So Nathaniel, the pussy fiend, all right, out here clapping her cheeks and this woman's cheeks. He definitely has a type. Chubby cheek, chubby women. He's a chubby chaser. And there goes the other guy right here. He died on behalf of his wife getting her cheeks clapped. I mean, you know, people want to sweep these issues under the rug, but this is very extreme, and it's very possible. This is why for men, there is great risk of your woman having sex in her marriage, right? You have a wife, she has sex. It is life risking. You do risk, your life is in danger if your wife has an affair. If, not excusing it, if men have an affair, typically their lives of the wife is not in danger. All right, so you don't increase the risk of the wife being in danger. However, there are cases, Amy Fisher and stuff like that. But if your wife has an affair, there's a high likelihood that the woman involved, the other woman, will kill you, or the other guy will be forced and talked into killing. There is way more circumstantial cases and evidence of that behavior. So we got a woman that says, I'll stay with you, but you got to get rid of everybody over here. I mean, and simps will do it. Death by simp. All right, death by simp. This is a very, very drastic situation here, but it tends to happen really just over some sex. Over simple sex. I mean, sex is the only reason this happened. If there was no sex, all right, this wouldn't happen at all. This wouldn't happen at all. Let's continue.
Of Streamwood, the two worked together at an engineering company in Glendale Heights.
You didn't.
So we got work husband. So let's boil this shit down, guys. So Nathaniel met the Gordita at work. Work affair. By the way, the most commonplace affair happens work. Not my girl. All right, these things do happen. Work affairs are it's the most common form of affair. Work. All right, second, social media. So you got to know the risk going in.
No one.
That he was having an affair.
Okay.
When did you find that out? Right now?
Right now.
Okay. When's the last time that he had an affair? Because I know this is not the first time.
No, it's not.
Okay.
That was Huey's girlfriend, Ermelinda Palomo, talking with police, claiming to not know about the affair. But investigators say a digital trail shows she trolled Huey online and through text messages, claiming to be the cartel and ordering the execution of Bartolome and her family. Reports also show Palomo sat in a car parked outside the house while the murders occurred. The two were spotted days later in Oklahoma when authorities attempted to conduct a traffic stop. Huey's vehicle crashed and caught fire. Oklahoma police say they believe Huey then shot Palomo and himself.
Nigga, he really like me. All right, I should be on this news.
Romeoville police say these findings mark an end to their months-long investigation.
All right, yeah, you really like me, homie. All right, yeah, months-long investigation right there, guys. It's an evil world out here, man. Absolutely trash. People are out here, garbage out here for sure. All right, last one on crime and law. Wait, why is my stuff not in order? Oh, here it is right here. We have a guy that allegedly steals $243 million worth of Bitcoin. Is that true? Can you do that? Is there that much Bitcoin you can steal at once? All right, let's play the video.
3 young men stole $243 million in Bitcoin from a single person last month. Here is the moment that they secured $243 million in Bitcoin.
It's on the block.
Oh my god!
Fucking way, nigga.
Oh my god! Oh my god! You know how much money that is!
They got caught. Wiz, who goes by Veer, slipped up during screen share by leaking his full name during the theft. Grievous Malone, who is the biggest fucking clown of all these guys.
Let me stop it right there. So we got, these Bitcoin snipers, right? They sniped their Bitcoin, $243 million worth of Bitcoin. All right, goodness gracious. Boy, they cashed in really fast. And what do you think they spent their money on? In education? What do you think they spent their money on? Some land, some valuable land. They bought an island. They bought a yacht in Italy, in the south of France. What do you think? What do you think they spent their money on? I'll give you a couple of hints here. All right, here we go right here. Oh Lord, you think they spent their money helping the homeless? Do you think that? What do you think they spent that $243 million on? All right, getting a haircut. Buying a house for their mama. What do you think they spent it on? Oh, my Lord. Here we go. Let's see what they spent their money on.
Lives a flashy lifestyle with the stolen funds having purchased 10 plus cars, going out to clubs in LA and Miami, spending $570,000 one night on bottle service, giving out Birkin bags to girls.
And he was like, my friend knows who you are. He's a fan of you and he wants to gift you a Birkin.
He bought one of them a Lamborghini. We'll call it an early birthday gift.
First thing they went to do is they went to go get some prime Poonany. All right. First thing they went to do, they got cars. All right, that was going to be the obvious one. They went to go get the cars they wanted. And the next thing they start doing is getting prime Poonany right in the age of prime. And they start tricking on flatbacks. All right, on bitches they couldn't afford to begin with. Now, again, we always talk about this broke argument and shit like this. And people be like, if your woman really likes you, she'll accept you when you broke. We're going to break that down later. But then as soon as you get some money, then your options open up. Then you start getting prime pieces of calico. But you know, the trick bag was wide open. Lambos, this ninja bought Birkin bags. All right, and there was she was, and there she was taking the Birkin bag. There There they were taking it. So again, they line right up. All right, there it is. People be like, when you get money, all right, the women ain't gonna come. Apparently, they're for sale when you find out up there. They're for sale. All right, they're for lease. You can buy them. I wouldn't do it, but there you go right there. All right, there you go right there. They really didn't like them. Okay. All right, here we go right here.
I am taken once again. So he bought her a $250,000 pink Lamborghini, and she curved his ass.
Damn. All right, got him.
Gotcha, bitch.
Got him. Real fast.
Gotcha, bitch.
All right, they got what they wanted. Skedaddle.
I mean, levels of down bad we've never seen before. Oh my God, they're coming in from the water, dude.
A movie-style raid.
Let me tell you something. If I stole $250 million,
yes,
first thing I'm doing, deleting social media. Second thing I'm doing, throwing my phone in the ocean. Then I'm driving my Tesla off the Venice Pier at 3 a.m. and faking my death.
Oh, no. That's drastic. By the way, if I got $243 million worth of Bitcoin, y'all wouldn't see me tomorrow. None of y'all will see me. I will be on my own island. So he is right. I don't know if I have to fake my death, but none of y'all ninjas would see me again. 100%. But of course, there's a motivator because, again, what did we talk about earlier? And the guy even talked about it. The market research shows us that men, their entire life seems to be pattering around getting money, and then eventually that money is transferred to women. Women control and manipulate, according to our economy, the she economy. They control and manipulate all of the dollars, almost all of the dollars spent. There's a strategy by men to curb this, to say, we're going to not do this. This is when we call it a woman liking you without this. We're going to break this down later. So if almost all of the dollars that flowed around are spent with women in mind or directly by women, and people are trying to avoid this particular strategy, you're avoiding it, trying to get around it with whatever game strategy you're using. Are you doing it right or doing it wrong? We're going to talk about that later. All right, so I think that's it with Crime and Law CGA. I think I could do the next segment. Let me see if I can do the next segment. The next segment. Now, I'll take a break. I'll take a break and I'll do the super chats. How about we do that? I'll take a quick break and then we're going to give you confusing dating advice. Confusing dating advice featuring a very popular YouTuber responding to other popular YouTubers. Shout out to Rodney E. If early terminations of pregnancies are more popular between the ages of 14 and 21, why is it this a upfront voting topic? My assumptions is that not many 21-year-old girls are voting. Are mothers voting on behalf of their daughters? Yes. So when you're seeing, and this is where we find this, who do you see mostly talking about this issue? And this is going to clear it up. Who do you see most commonly going crazy about this issue? You commonly see college-age women. All right, college-age women are going crazy over this issue. Crazy. Why? Number one, they know someone. Number two, they had one. Number three, they now can vote on this issue. Then you see older women talking about it because they were there, because they might have a daughter that has either gone through it, know someone gone through it, and so forth and so on. It's usually college-age women going crazy and shit. 23, 22, they're going nuts about it. And I'm going to put this up on the screen just so you can see here. So you can see. Now, I don't know where they got this particular data, but if you look, this is abortion ratio by age group of women who obtain a legal early termination of pregnancy, selected states, right there. 15 to 19, and this one says under 15. All right. And this includes 46 states, the District of Columbia, and New York City. Under 14, 15 to 19, and 20 to 24 are the three highest ages. Huh? You would think it's, for all we hear about this termination of pregnancy, we would assume that it's, incest, assault, rape. You would assume that it's women 26 30, 32, 44. Really, it's not. If you think about the age of fertility, this makes sense. But what it also indicates is women are sexually active at this age. These are the highest rates of the sexual activity. Why? Because they got time. All they need is the place. Again, I'm telling you what is, not what could be or should be. Unfortunately, people aren't going to listen to me. But these are when women are less likely to be using birth control, maybe not on birth control, maybe made a mistake, let a nigga, a guy that probably doesn't know how to control his Johnson. He don't know how to pull out, right? And then now you got this. So isn't this nuts? This is nuts when you actually look and dive into the data. And I'm here for this. This is what I do. So I tell you what is, and y'all be out here coping. 15 is a child. And I'm okay, yeah, but they seem to be the ones having them. 16 is a child. 17 is a minor. All right. The brainstem don't develop. Okay, look, all of this is happening before the brainstem develop, but they seem to be opening their legs up. All right. So do what you will with this information. Right. So I'm just here to deliver the information so you can be an informed person and make decisions based on this. Make the decisions based on this. All right. It's kind of thing here. And when you just understand it, then you understand why people are voting for these things and why they're doing it. They know someone that's done it. And by the way, fathers are the last to know if their daughter has done this shit. The mother will protect the daughter and they will go down somewhere and do it. All right. So anyway, great question. I appreciate the question right here. Are the mothers voting on behalf of their daughters? Yes. Are they assuming, he says right here, assuming not many of these women are 21 yet, are they, and they're, but 18 is the age of voting. 18 is the age of voting. All right. Again, they don't give you all the info. I'm here to complete and give you all the info. All right. Shout out to our brother from Corpus Christi. Says today's show has me livid. Question: did you know in Latin the word pudenda means to be ashamed? He says women cause anarchy and catastrophe. He says they are wicked masters of toxicology. At this point, rebuking them does nothing. They are under the possession of demons and with a PhD in desecration. Oh my goodness. Shout out to you. Humanity. Yeah, I mean, they do cause quite the confusion. I believe one of the reasons why they do is they give us incomplete information. Now, listen, ladies, hear me out. I'm here to help. I'm not here to hurt. Women tend to give incomplete information and get us to react as men. For instance, I told you about the daughter that said, hey, I'm going to go sleep at my dad's house. I'm sorry, at mom's house. Kiss dad on the head. Manipulation, right? And they are trying to get something done. They're always kind of thoughting and plotting and moving around. Salem witch trials is another example of this. It led to the one accusation of witchcraft from one woman to another led to the complete manipulation of the entire community of Salem, which led to people manipulating people out of land and property. Like one lie. Little Red Riding Hood and selling wolf tickets, the boy that cried wolf. These are all things that lead people, young people, and to particularly young women, lead to a big meltdown. For instance, in the same thing as the story of the Rosewood. One woman says she was assaulted by a Negro, the entire town burning. Because men tend to react off of information given by women, and the information is almost always incomplete. The guy that died in Queens. This guy touched my ass. Here he comes. He's shot. Chaos. He didn't ask the right questions. Typically, if we ask questions, the woman says, why? You blaming the victim? Yes. So I am blaming you. Why? Who touched your ass? When? Where? What were you wearing? What? They tend to convince us that these aren't important questions. You should just believe us out of the. So this is where the chaos is. And the examples of this is the whole thing about early termination of pregnancy. Then when I show you, well, the people having it are like under 14 to 24. That's where the majority are happening. Isn't that information vital? Also, isn't the information vital that almost none of these are the result of rape or incest? Almost none. I mean, the likelihood of that being the reason is none. Simply it's a form of birth control. Wouldn't that be vital information? But they just say it's about our body and what's in our body. It's not about that. It's more. And more information gets us to make an informed decision as opposed to an emotional decision. And we can say, well, maybe we can get these young girls a better Because you would think, man, why are these women getting pregnant? Well, they're underage. That's why. Right? Oh, so we got a lot of 14, 15, 16-year-old women getting impregnated. Oh, okay. Well, that's a little bit different. So these are young women that can't afford it. All right. So these aren't 26-year-old women. No, that's very rare. These aren't oh, okay. All right. So we're talking about sexual education now. Now we're talking about why these young women get knocked up, right? So that would be complete information. Instead, incomplete information leads to uninformed decisions, emotional decisions, which makes you then put your cape on. Then you put your cape on. And then you say, we got to do it for all women. No, we don't. We have to mostly do it for these teenage women and college-age women. Maybe we can get them to make better decisions about the men that are impregnating them. Like, you see what I mean? That's complete information. Half information makes you make a dumb decision. Uninformed, emotional, and then you got me arguing on an emotional situation. And I can't argue emotions. Information is vital. And I think women is intentionally lie by omission to get you to do something for them without putting the burden or the responsibility back on them. I would love for information, and that's what I do. I give you information. You deal with it how you deal with it. But when you come back to me and you argue and you use an emotion, I can't help you. You're telling me what it should be or what it could be. I don't know what the fuck it could be. And we're going to show you that later with this gentleman who's arguing on what it could be and should be. Shout out to our brother Strife XL, says the Queens dude that passed was my homie for over 10 years. His nickname was Badness, ironically. He had street trouble, but ended up dying over a girl. His 40th birthday is today. And there will be a candlelight vigil today. Coach, I wish your teachings would have saved him. Shout out to the guy. Rest in peace to your guy, Mr. Badass in Queens. Sad to hear. I know that's sad to hear, man, but he was in the streets. But, you know, street life ninjas tend to die over women. Again, we're not blaming the women, but street ninjas tend to be big simps. Sad to see, man. Sorry to hear. Snaptech Fix says raised by a single mother and deaf by simp. Damn, that's sad. The best heroes are dead. She better call the police. Dr. Umar, stay focused, guys. Anytime.
Lord have mercy. We must stay focused, brothers. We must stay focused.
Hey, the best thing you can do, and this is my advice to men, and this is when we get to the broke conversation. Broke men tend to not be able to do what I'm going to suggest. They tend to not be in a position to give women instruction. When a woman is not having instruction, she has self-destruction. She has misguided. She has undecided. You typically don't have leverage, and then you want a woman to like you because you want a woman to like you for you. She tends to not follow you. You tend to be in an equalized position where you don't have much leverage, typically. As a result, she doesn't take instruction. So then you have a girl who likes you for you, but then she gets you out here killed. Because you can't tell her, hey, man, listen, you ain't going to be out here hanging out. You're not going to be out here doing this. Now, if she wants to do that, you can dismiss her because you have options. Money or some sort of leverage tends to give you these options. But when you want a woman that find out to like you for you because you're broke, guess what happens? You don't have options. You got to take what she's giving you. You got to take back. Then you're negotiating with her. Then all of a sudden you put your cape on and you die. That's typically how it goes. So the idea that you're trying to prove and shit test women that you can be broke and they can like you for you also doesn't tell the complete story. I can find any woman to like me being broke. Does that give me is she going to be on my path and purpose? Is she going to be on my plan? Do I have options? Can I get rid of her when she start acting froggy? I'm going to show you that here in a second. You're taking what you can get as opposed to putting yourself in the best position, option-wise. Sometimes that means you don't have a woman at all. That's what the free agent lifestyle teaches. Sometimes it teaches you, okay, none of these women are capable at this point to be able to be put under your system. That's part of the free agent lifestyle. That's what money affords you. Instead, you're trying to play the game around a woman should like you for you. And show me a picture of said woman. Show me a picture of said woman. I guarantee you she got belly fat. She got cortisol overdose in her belly. This is a fact. Show me the woman. I guarantee you she go to Disneyland and chomp down on Disney burgers. All right, for sure. Oh, man, shout out to Kyle says, I hate XXs with all my core. We don't want you to hate them. We want you to understand them. We don't want you to hate them. We want you to understand them, and understanding gives you the best power. All right, shout out to LO Kusi says, why do PUAs teach young men to get women without options and leverage? Because it gives the PUA options and leverage, right? It gives them almost inevitably. I have not heard one guy mention the word game without mentioning the word course or system, all right? This is going to go hand in hand. Now, the problem with that is they're telling you to do something that almost inevitably they only know. Thus, this is the one that's going to work for you. Now, people are saying, aren't you doing the same thing? I give you the options to do it. Stay broke if you want. All right, I give you the option. But what they're saying is you need this. It's the only way you're going to succeed. I don't say that. You can succeed almost on any way you possibly want. I'm going to tell you the results of what you're going to do. All right, but this is going to be a situation where for a lot of guys that they're almost all of them have a sale at the end. I typically don't have a sale. Ninja, I'll be streaming for 4 hours and I ain't sold shit the entire time. All right, I ain't sold nothing. I don't never, like any PUA game guy is almost going to say, all right, I'm having a seminar. Come do my 40-day course. It's always going to end like that. Always. Not me. I will do the whole stream and I don't sell nothing. I'm just selling the stream and the system. I mean, this is what I'm doing. I'll just tell you, boom, boom, boom. I give out so much free information. It's crazy. Free, absolutely free. And it's a goddamn crime at some particular point. But it is what it is. I think long term, my system will be the ones that last. Most of those guys won't last. They'll be in and out, gone in 10 seconds. All right, they'll be in and out of there, and when they shit don't blow up, they be back at motherfucking Popeyes boxing up chicken. That's where they going to be at. Shout out to Ghost J says, always, thanks for the game, coach. This is the game. This is the game. Shout out to our brother, Mr. John Down says, U.S. men don't have the discipline like men in China, for sure. So we cast away all of these goofy-ass leftover women philosophy, guys. That shit is dead. You're trying to steal it from China, and you guys are out here banging grannies. Out here banging grannies, talking tough shit on the internet. You guys don't have no discipline to be able to carry that out, to freeze women out. See, what if I saw leftover women, them women will be frozen out. But the majority of men aren't freezing them out. I was listening to a guy. He was, I can't remember what he was, but he was talking about dating and marrying a 36-year-old woman. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. I'm like, wow. And for him, that was his only option because, number one, we tend to limit ourselves. We're going to get to this main event here. I got to get to it. Jahari says, do you think cameras inside your house is too much to watch your kids? Do you think be careful with the cameras in the house. There should be a sense of privacy in your house. Like, you know what I mean? Sometimes you got to pick your nose and scratch your balls. And it can be quite intimidating for people to live in your house knowing that they're being filmed the entire time. That, to me, I think there should be an onus of privacy, as they say in the United Kingdom. I would not have my kids on camera. That could lead to some very traumatic experiences. They're going to fucking flee. I don't think you should do that. All right. I don't think you should be watching people in their house in privacy. All right. So now, outside the house and the perimeter is different. All right. So the perimeter of the house, windows, side angles, so you can see people sneaking in and out of windows and garages, and your front door is totally fair game. So that does give them privacy within the house. I'm not going to record my kids. I'm not going to do that. Nah. All right. Anyway. All right. Don't do that. A house should be a place where people can relax and feel like they're at home. Recording them and knowing the kids looking up at the fucking camera before they pour a bowl of cereal is too much. All right. Okay, shout out to our brother here, no government name, says, if my math is right, Teanna Trump was 16 in 2011, and the biggest star on the Pacers roster was somebody named PG-13. Wonder if her and Brittany Renner still are besties now that she's a Muslim. All right, she didn't say she was with the best player. She just said she was with a player. So I don't know who she was with, and I'm not going to make any insinuations right here. All right, shout out to our brother Kaylin says, what's up, coach? A woman may let you bang her raw multiple times, but you're not hers because you're not married. Married is the legal sex work. Choose to forego. I'm not sure what that means at the end, but I'm trying to read it pretty swiftly there. Let me see if I got any more, and then we're going to get into it. All right, we got it, man. Are we ready? All right, so we're at the 2-hour mark. Thank you for being here. Confusing dating advice. Then we'll get to the main event related to broke dating and mating. And at some particular point, I'm going to bring people up who disagree with me. Not today. I'm still figuring out the best way to do it, but we're going to have a disagree cam coming up. All right, so anybody that wants to take a poke at CGA, pause.
Hey, yo, chill, son. Hey, yo.
You might be able to. Confusing dating advice. All right. Typically, young people are the people who I think dating is oriented to. I think older people are not suitable for dating. We need to get that straight in what I'm about to tell you in this entire show. But we got a young brother here. He's dressed in a University of Alabama colored suit. I like his suit. I don't know why you got a hat backwards on with the suit, but hey, I'm not a fashion designer. All right, let's see what he's talking about with this young woman. And he asks if he's wrong. He says, was I wrong? Let's play the video.
Relationship is about, I'm dying to myself every day. It's about doing things you don't want to do for the person that you love and you mess with.
That's childish.
Well, see, I think that's the disconnect because the woman doesn't come to the man and I get on your program. As a woman,
I don't need to get on your program either.
See, but that's what I'm saying. So that's kind of why I pop, because I can't lead. You're going to be doing the leading. You know what I'm saying?
I'm leading myself though.
But how are you in a relationship and you're leading yourself?
Because we got two separate lives at the end of the day. My mama birthed me and your mama birthed you.
Right.
So I grew up a different type of way than you. So I'm going to carry myself different than you at the end of the day.
But when we come together, it's no more you or me. It's our. You know, it's our. It's not you. And I think that's
you still go to your job and I still go to my job though.
See, but they take care of both of the bills. For our lights to be on.
I mean, your job.
I'm saying in an aspect of like if we were together, you know what I'm saying? Like
if we was together, your job was taking care of the bills.
You go to work, I go to work, but our money.
But what if I'm getting more money?
Still our money. And if you think that it's your money, then that's where the disconnect is.
That's a disconnect for sure.
Well, cool. Relationship is about, I'm dying to myself every.
All right, so what do we got here? This is a confusing situation where guys are somewhat confused and the woman is somewhat confused as well. And people are arguing about what could and should happen. And neither of them have leverage. All right, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. So when I tell you leverage options, that doesn't mean you have a leverage or you have options of women. You have options to decide. All right, and I mentioned this in my book, In the Free Agent Lifestyle. All right, I talk about this in great extent. All right, it's talking about leverage and not just in life. It says right here, Free Agent Lifestyle is not just talking about relationships. However, relationships are the area where most men make their biggest mistakes. The Free Agent Lifestyle talks about work, recreation, health, making the right economic decisions for your personal self, taking care of your children if you indeed have some, and the importance of self-care. Furthermore, goes on, and it gives tenets related to the Free Agent Lifestyle. Chapter 2, keep yourself unchained. You have little to no commitments to others. Keep your commitments low or preferably non-existent. This is before. And it says free from debt, irresponsible spending, freedom from banks. But it says keep your power to decide. Right there. Keep your power to decide. Goes in. Free agency is about having options. When you are committed, you have way less options and or doing. You are doing the options of others. You're doing the options of others. Now, let me go back. This is what happens when you don't explore free agency and you don't take off dating and you come out here and you negotiate with strags like this. You're on a pop the fucking balloon show, which is not a position of leverage. It is not the position of options. It is technically out here low-hanging fruit. Aiming low, trying to hit. Now, you also further show that you don't have options because now you're having the discussion. If you're a free agent and or had leverage and options, as I expressed in this book, you wouldn't even have this discussion with this woman. You wouldn't even have the discussion. The discussion is off the table. And that is the point of this idea of broke dating. Oh, you're going to find a woman that will like you for you. You wouldn't even have the discussion with this woman if you were in complete leverage and options. This is a fact. This is a position of weakness. This is why this broke dating conversation, men, and they'll tell you the other way around. Well, men will tell you to go get money and all the women are going to come. That's not true. We tell you the options are going to come. The options are going to come, not the women. You will have the option to not have a conversation with a strag like this. That is the point. You're trying to position and prove yourself to a goddamn strag. And look at you. See, this is what we're doing. So then you're going to completely limit yourself with having a conversation that is clearly in a position where you're saying, well, one day I'm going to have some money and you ain't got none. You got nothing. And a man's money, but then she simply shut down the conversation by saying this. And she's right, although she's wrong from the position of normie. Watch this. Listen to this.
Every day, it's about doing things you don't want to do for the person that you love. And
this is all bullshit, what he's talking about. This is all bullshit. A relationship and love is about bullshit. You're negotiating from a position of power. I mean, from a position of no leverage. That's bullshit, whatever you're talking about. That's what broke niggas do. But let's continue.
You mess with.
That's childish.
Dude, listen, as much as she's a strag, she's right. That's childish. That's fantasy. That's woulda, coulda, shoulda. That's what if. That's what could happen. She said that's childish. And from face value, you think she's wrong, but that's right. I've been saying that from the beginning. That's childish. That's fantasy bullshit. Right? I agree with her right there. That's childish. Let's continue. Now, she gonna shut his ass down, but it ain't gonna sound like it. And judging from she looks like, I wouldn't mess with this woman, but let's continue.
Well, see, I think that's the disconnect because the woman doesn't come to the man and I get on your program. As a woman,
I don't need to get on your program.
Let's stop right there. Technically, he's right. But how do you have a program when you got no options? Right? So he's talking from a position of, well, technically, the woman gets on the man's program. Okay, what year is that? 1990? 1950? It's 2024. And she's going to bust that up, what he's talking about. Okay, biblically, true. Morally, true. Society, protection-wise, true. But nigga, you ain't got nothing. What program? All you got is mouth. So she's like, huh? And watch this.
See, but that's what I'm saying. So that's kind of why I popped, because I can't lead. You're going to be doing the leading. You know what I'm saying?
I'm leading myself, though.
Yep. And she has the right to lead herself. Because you ain't got shit. At this moment, you got nothing. At this moment, you got nothing but talk. All right, I'm this and I'm the man. Okay, I was born with a dick. Okay, you were born with a dick. Now what? I'm a man. Okay, now what? Because in 2024, that don't count no more. In 1990, that could work. Let's continue.
Oh,
but how are you in a relationship and you're losing yourself?
Because we got two separate lives at the end of the day, Mom.
So she's not wrong. She's wrong here. All right, you don't have two separate lives in a relationship. You have one.
Mama birthed me and your mama birthed you.
Right.
So I grew up a different type of way than you. So I'm going to carry myself different than you at the end of the day.
All right. So this woman obviously is a strat. Guys, if you have leverage and options, you ain't, I'm not having this discussion. The discussion is not had. But when you have no leverage, you have to have a discussion with her because you want her to agree with you. That's the only way you get her. This is a shit test. The only way you get her is to agree with you with nothing in your hand but talk. All right, let's continue. Let's continue. If you have leverage, this conversation doesn't exist. but you have none. So you have to have this conversation. Let's continue and look at him. He's searching. He's searching. Let's see what he got.
But when we come together, it's no more you or me. It's our. You know, it's our. It's not you. And I think that's
you still go to your job, and I still go to my job.
See, that's the problem. In modern world, women have job. They got money. So your conversation then goes to, well, I'm the man. My money is our money, and your money is our money. When you have no leverage, you can't have that talk. And she's gonna. A typical strag is going to blow that conversation right out the fucking water. Let's continue.
See, but they take care of both of the bills for our lights to.
There it is. He's insinuating an old mindset. It doesn't work in 2024, that if I bring the money, I get to set the rules. And in general, correct. But do you have any right now? The answer is no. You're saying, well, if could, should I, in a relationship, I would. But you can't. You can't buy her out of her job. You can't buy her off of her own path. In 1990, you might coulda. In 1950, you probably certainly could. Almost every time. Today, you can't. This is where you're saying the man does this and the woman does that, but you ain't got nothing to back it up. And now you got to have a conversation about, well, one day when we do, okay. All right. Here we go.
Be on.
Yeah, I mean, your job.
I'm saying in an aspect.
And she said, your job going to take care of me? The answer is no. And she knows that. Your job ain't going to, his job is not going to take care of her. The problem is most men can't at this point because you've been priced out. She knows she can earn more money, just as much money as you, and or get access to as much money as you if she wanted to. She knows he got nothing. By the way, she knows this because she's even entertaining the conversation with her. She already knows.
Think of like if we were together, you know what I'm saying? Like
if we was together, your job was taking care of the bills.
Is that what you're going to do? If we were together.
You go to work, I go to work, but our money.
But what if I'm getting more money?
What if I'm getting more money? That's a reality for a lot of men that are in this conversation. That's a reality. What if she's getting more money? Now what? See, the conversation then swings when the woman gets the leverage and finances, she sets the rules. Are you experiencing that? Most of the time, yes. Some guys, no. But very few guys today are getting in this position where the woman brings the money and she follows your plan. Could it happen? Yes, but we're not talking about could it. Most of the time, you follow her shit. You live under her rules. She kicks you out of the house. So again, then the finances does dictate who follows who. And she's saying, I can get more money than you. And she will. Now you got no leverage. Now she kicks you out of the house. Now let's see what he comes up with.
Our money. And if you think that it's your money, then that's what a disconnect is.
That's a disconnect for sure.
Yeah, I'm not feeling that. Wait a minute. And she can negotiate from that position. Wait a minute. You're telling me my money goes to you? She said, no, thank you. Now, again, do I agree with her? No, I wouldn't mess with her. But I got leverage. I don't have to negotiate with this. This is a mindset that I can simply say, I'll avoid that. And if she can get as much money to me, and then I would have to follow her plan, I'll avoid it. But when you can't, you have to discuss with them. All right, confusing dating advice. We're going to go to this guy. His channel is called Night Talk. His name is Steven. And he's going to review a video by Fresh and Fit. All right, and the Fresh and Fit video is going to talk about committing to one woman. Let's play the video here. Fair use. We're going to react to it. It's quite a long video, but we're going to try to see where the disconnect is and who's right, who's wrong. Committing to one woman.
This video says why Myron will never choose monogamy. And I don't give a why Myron will never choose monogamy. This video was not about that. I just know he's about to say some that is going to be a detriment to men.
All right, so this is a massive assumption here. All right, fair use. This is a massive assumption, which you're going to find out. He's going to have to eat this words right here. He just assumes because it's Myron, it's going to be bad advice. Okay, let's continue.
And that's why I'm making this video, bro. I ain't even got to see it, but I know some bullshit about to be spewed. And, you know, one of my main things, my main objective with this channel is to help the fellas out, even more so now, more than ever at this point. So, you know, hopefully he proved me wrong, dog. You know what I'm saying? I would like to hear a compelling argument. I could probably guess what he about to say. You feel me?
Again, see, this is where men are going wrong. Guessing, assuming. You assume you know what I'm talking about. Ain't never read my book. And you've been watching me for 5 years. Well, I ain't got to buy your book. Again, this is what's wrong with men. Assuming you think you know because you got a dick swinging between your legs. You think you know, but you don't know. Let's hear what we got to say here.
But let's get into it. Drip. Shop, Stevie Knight.
All right, so we're not going to hear this right here. Let's hear what the video is. This is Fresh going to talk first. And by the way, I'm not defending Fresh and or Fit. We're just hearing this review. Let's continue.
Official marriage to the state, but like, do you see yourself choosing monogamy and settling down with one girl at some point? Not today.
So to just bring up some more light to his point,
Lord,
here's a method to the madness. Means for example, in this case, yes, dating multiple girls has its issues. However, the main point is if you don't have, this is common sense here. If you don't date multiple girls, how are you going to know who's best for you and what's good for you as a man? You won't know. So ultimately, you need that experience. And secondly, for me personally, I think where I've been through multiple girls, been through lifestyle, all that stuff, that maybe one day I could consider it, but right now where I'm at, no. However, I made a choice with this right now. Versus most guys, they don't have a choice.
You're doing it out of intention. You're being intentful with
intentional willpower.
It's a decision.
But most guys, they don't have that. So you know what? I'll just take whatever I can get. That's the issue.
Dude, I agree with that. That's essentially what I said. Fresh, you copying ass ninja. Fresh, you copying ass ninja. Didn't I just say that? You don't have the options. You don't explore other options, not just with women and in life. So you have to take what you can get. I basically been saying this. And by the way, anybody that says game is telling you the same thing. All right, I'm going to show you that. I'm going to show you that later. Anybody that says game is going to tell you the exact same thing. Find the woman that makes it so she accepts you for you. Right? Without anything to consider, money, status, leverage, and all that. Just find the one or the two or the three, the one or two or the three that does that. Doesn't that limit you? Aren't you limiting yourself? Fresh, you copying ass ninja.
Straight jacket.
All right, so anyway, here we go right here. All right, Fresh watches my show from time to time, so I'm just joking with him. All right, let's see if he agrees with that.
I'm not mad at what Fresh was talking about. It's just that the variable in what he's saying is that, your status as a man and money means a lot. When you have a motherfucker like Fresh saying that he can pretty much have his, pick of the litter, which is cap. He can't have his pick of the litter. He can have his pick of the litter amongst a certain group of women, not the ones that all you want to wife up. But at the end of the day, he does have his selection of women because of whom he is. And you know what I'm saying? That is the conundrum. You know what I'm saying? Men have to be able to separate themselves amongst the pack.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
So did you agree or disagree? Guys, gentlemen, this is what I'm talking about. It's what I'm talking about. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. Shout out to this guy. I'm not disrespecting him. I'm just having a disagreement. Ninja, did you agree or disagree? You end up agreeing, then disagreeing, and then having to agree. And you said you were going to disagree. I know there's going to be some bullshit. Bro, let me play. You agreed. But then try to say, well, it's not the type of women. But yeah, he's going to have his pick of the litter. Okay, which one is it?
Wait a minute. Who are you?
My man started scrambling and scraping. See, with guys, this is what we're talking about. The coulda, shoulda, woulda philosophy. The what is and what could be. What is. Fresh was very clear for one of the first times I've ever heard. Straight up, clear, concise. He nailed it. And he said, this works for me. This might not work for anybody else. This works for me. And then he jumped in there. Oh, he kind of right. Of course. Of course he's right. Okay, what do you disagree with? Oh, it's the type of women. Okay, all right. We can talk about that later on. Now, let's hear it. Here we go right here. All right, he was scrambling and scraping for shit. Here we go.
You feel me? Most men can't do that, dog. But
most men can't do that. Why? Okay, why can't most men do it? because they choose not to do it. They choose to go for the, I'm going to find somebody that loves me for me. You choose to do it. Fresh chose to not do it. CGA chose to not do it. Most men can't do it because they're choosing this. This is what I'm saying, guys. You're choosing the hope strategy. I'm going to go out there and choose. Okay, so let's continue here. Most men can't do it because they choose not to. They're literally choosing not to do it.
For those men who can separate themselves amongst the pack and do have options, it would behoove you to explore your options somewhere at some point.
For the dudes that can't separate themselves from the pack, it behooves you to find places where you have options. Really? Literally, the strategy of nature is to eliminate the weak. We're in competition. If you choose to not compete, you price yourself out. You are making a conscious choice not to deal with gold diggers or use money or status or leverage. You get weeded out or priced out. All right. Okay. This is what I'm talking about. This is, guys, this is the laws of nature. You get weeded out. The weak get weeded out. The people that don't want to compete, you fucking die out. You die out. So that's what men are doing. They're going, I can't compete, or I refuse to compete. I refuse to do it that way. I refuse to use the hope strategy over here. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. Game, manipulate. And if it don't work, fuck it. All right, here we go right here. Let's go.
Point in your life and don't just get tied down to the first motherfucker to come around, dog, because you're always going to be back in your mind thinking about, what if, right? You got to get that shit somewhat out your system. There's no such thing as getting it entirely out your system. It doesn't exist. But
man, that's confusing, bro. He is all over the place with this. I mean, I found this video very curious as he's giving you advice and then backpedaling from the advice at the same time. Like, what are we doing? I'm mad confused here.
You need to dibble and dabble somewhat to know what the fuck it is, bro, because you're a man at the end of the day.
Yeah.
There are extreme cases to that. There are outliers to that where they just know. You feel me? I ran into a handful of those men my whole life, coming up when I was 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, where these young ass men knew who they wanted to be with, what they wanted to do. They didn't have time for the fuck shit. And I respect them and commend the hell out of them knowing how a man is wired, especially at certain ages. And you have enough self-control and discipline to confine yourself to one woman for the long haul just because of your relationship with God or just your fortitude.
Man, guys, I mean, listen, what happens is this is where people try to disconnect from the so-called red pill and manosphere. But these guys have a philosophy. Fresh has a philosophy. CGA has a philosophy. But what guys will do is argue the philosophy with nothing. Nothing. Oh, I know a guy, and when this, and they start double talking, backpedaling. What the fuck are you talking about? Literally, Fresh chose to go one way, and he is knocking it out of the park. Sometimes he gets in trouble, and we talk about that with the brother. But what are we talking about? Nigga, you are saying nothing. You are agreeing and disagreeing over. This is what I'm talking about. Men come in and try to defeat this. When we stand on a business, we stand on a philosophy. I stand on the philosophy, and I say, that's going to be it. I don't tell you to do it. I just show you what the results are. Then other people come in here, well, could, and Sky Daddy, and guys, wishy-washy shit, all right? And then you make assumptions. I'm going to disagree. I end up agreeing.
About how our relationship's supposed to go, you feel me? Most men don't live in that world, especially men with options. Most men with options explore those options, dog. So you need to explore those options somewhat to get experience to know what the fuck you're diving into. You know what I'm saying? But there are cons to that, bro, because you're out here dibbling dabbling with the bullshit. You may miss out on a good thing because of your need to go out.
If you're dibbling dabbling with the bullshit, you may miss out on a good thing. I don't have any problems with this guy personally. I'm never going to personally attack people. But he said he was here to help men. And I find guys that do this never got nothing written down. They don't got no points, no talking points, nothing to stand on, no consistency. It's wishy-washy. Could, should, may, if, Sky Daddy, game. What's game? Well, it means to be the best version of yourself. You mean status and money? What the fuck are you talking about? I mean, guys, we got to stop this shit. I get it. You want to sell something and you want to show people that they could do it in a way where they think you're going to deal with a woman that likes you for you. But this is wishy-washy. It just doesn't stand the test of time. And there he is right there, kind of thinking, scrambling and scraping. scrambling and scraping. If Hope's strategy was a guy, he says, call him out and debate him. Call him out and debate him. Guys, I don't debate for free. Why the fuck would I debate a guy? You guys want to debate for your entertainment. Motherfuckers, here's what you're going to do. You're going to put $5,000 together and I'll debate him. I don't have to debate him. I got the fucking philosophy right here. I'm not going to debate him for your entertainment. Nobody wants to debate nobody. I don't have time for this shit. All right? My philosophy is written in stone. All right? What the hell are we talking about? Ninjas, you want to debate somebody for your pure entertainment. Why don't you put some money on it? You won't, because you a cheap-ass, broke-ass nigga. Let's continue. They just want me to entertain they ass for free. All right? Somebody gonna pay a fee. What the hell we talking about? Debate. I don't debate nobody. I'm the goddamn king of kings here. If he wants to make a reaction video on me, fine. But I'm not going to sit here and debate you goofy ass niggas. I don't have to debate nothing. All right. Anyway, I'm right and exact. Prove me wrong before y'all debate ass niggas. All right. So waste the energy. Then we all going to just be calling each other names at the end of the video. Nobody cares about no debates. All right. Let's continue here. All right. Here we go.
Out there, you know what I'm saying, slaying dick for a little bit. It's come to territory, bro. It's give and take, right? But yeah, I gotta agree with Fresh on that, dog. It's just
I gotta agree with Fresh. Okay, so let's stop it right there. If we just stop the video right there, did we not clearly agree that leverage options gives you more options? He simply agreed. After saying he was gonna disagree, but I think he has an issue with Myron. All right. He has an issue with Myron. So let's go to his review of what Myron has to say. He ended up agreeing that Fresh said, if I get into a leverage position, I create more options. I don't commit. As I said in the Fresh, you stole for my motherfucking ass again. All right. But not shout out to you, Fresh. All right. I said right here the same thing in my book. I said, and I'll read again, keep your power to decide. Free agency is about having options. When you commit or broke date, you have way less options and or you're doing the options of others. Right fucking there in print. And he agreed. This is an easy agreement. What you guys want is to try to get and find someone, the one person that doesn't do this, and then you don't have any other option. You got to make it work with her. I mean, come on, guys. This is common sense. Right? But what's happening is we're saying, well, not all men are going to get in that position. That's your fault. That's your fault. Gentlemen, that's your fault. That's nobody else's fault but yours. You're deciding that. You're deciding to stay broke. You're deciding to not get leverage. You're deciding to not get options. You're deciding not to decrease your options. You're deciding to stay in Queens and get shot by bitches and strags. Like, stop. You're deciding that. Let's make that clear. And if you're deciding that, fine, just say that. Don't come in here and try to flip the game and go, well, if I just use game and get stop. Stop. Let me see what he says with Myron here. All right, I'm curious now. So he agreed with Fresh after saying he was going to disagree. Here we go.
It's crazy that Fresh is one of these people out here who has options in any capacity, bro.
So the question is, would I be monogamous or settle down?
Is that something? Obviously, that's not something you force. I know you're smarter than that, but is that something you're open to down the line?
Fuck no. And the reason why is because monogamy a lot of the times just. Not all the time, but for most men, it's going to weaken you. The girl's going to have leverage. She's going to be like, oh, I'm his only source of sex. Like a lot of the times when women start to get leverage in relationships, like they're your only source of sex, they're your only source of intimacy or whatever. That's when they start, oh, you're not getting none tonight. Or they start to pull back or whatever. And to keep women on their toes and to keep them actually aroused by you, which I know this is terrible, toxic boy advice, whatever the fuck they want to say, but you have to have multiple women for her to act right. Because when she knows she could be replaced, she's going to be on point. And unfortunately for women, since they're hypergamous and they need to always feel like they got the best deal, the only way that they're sure that they got the best deal all the time is that constant pre-selection, that constant social pressure, that constant want from other women makes them realize, damn, okay, I am with the best guy. And she don't got time to hoe around or do stupid stuff when she's chasing your validation because other girls will go ahead and take her place.
Put Myron aside.
All right, let me stop right here. All right, before we get his synopsis on this one. That's simple PUA, dating advice, competition anxiety. Myron tends to talk in standard talking points. right? And he's good at it. So he will say it in a way where it sounds like he made it up, but that's simple. Competition anxiety, multiple women, and so forth and so on. Now, on face value, you might want to disagree with that. You would say that's not right, and only certain women are going to do that, and this is abusive and toxic. I agree. However, have we seen this actually happen? We have all seen this happen. We've seen this happen. Matter of fact, we saw this happen right here with this woman, okay? Right here. We saw this happen right here. As soon as the competition came up, she forced him into doing something. Oh, there's competition, eliminate the competition. Did she run? Did she leave? In fact, if we take women from 14 to 24, this is the first 10 years of their lives. Then they end up at 29, 36.
And that's you.
They end up tending not to do this. So in the end, if I want a woman that's once, twice divorced, she's a baby mama, she looking to settle down, she's had her fun. Well, this is 10, 20 years down the line that she's going to start playing this game. So leftover women, women you have children with, women you marry down the line, she'll end up not playing this game. But early on, women typically hover around men and give them the benefit of the doubt if that guy has a chance to get other women. In fact, women even been said at this age, the critical age where we're trying to help men, at this age, women will go back to a man that's cheated on her 5 times, right? And won't give you a chance. We're supposed to be helping men with realities. Now, if you want soggy leftover women and women 36 and 32, 29 that figured it out afterwards and having 2 abortions, and okay, well, this doesn't work and fly as much. She's going to retire that game. But he is right when he's talking to a young group of men, because that's the reality. More than likely, that is going to be the reality. Myron was not wrong. Now, do we want him to be wrong? Coulda, shoulda, woulda. So let's see if his response is coulda, shoulda, woulda. Or is it going to be accurate advice that disproves Myron? I want to disprove Myron. What I want to hear is him disprove Myron with actual factuals. We're going to see here. Let's see if we can do it. Here we go.
Sorry, dog. It's terrible information just based on what the fuck you're saying, dog. First off, he asked Myron, would you do it? Myron said he wouldn't do it, but he didn't explain why he wouldn't do it. He explained why it's not good for most men to do it because of the leverage women get on the average man.
Okay.
As a man, that should be one of your motivations, is to place yourself in a position where no one can out-leverage you in any capacity, let alone a woman.
As a man, you should put yourself in a position where no one can out-leverage you, especially a woman. I want to know where the disagreement is. Because isn't that what I said? I said that. I literally been saying this the entire time. Myron said the exact same thing. I'm going to put myself in a position, meaning that monogamy puts me in a position where I can't leverage that. So Myron says, I'm putting myself in a position where I can't leverage that if I get a monogamy, but if I have options of other women, am I tripping? Listen, tell me if you disagree. Tell me if you disagree. I just heard you say you backed up Fresh and you backed up Myron's position. All right. I mean, we got to be clear as men. And I try to be clear and right and exact without giving too much gray area and coulda, shoulda, woulda. Because at the end of the day, you mostly agree with me. You just don't like me or like the way I say it. Or you don't like that it's more likely right than wrong and you're playing the hope strategy. You literally agreed with him. All right, he agreed with him. Let's continue.
Providing the experience of your regular dude is irrelevant, dog. That's why regular dudes find themselves in the positions that they're in, because they have to take what they can get. But the goal should be to not be out here taking what you can get.
Straight jacking.
This is what y'all sound like when you disagree with me. This is what you sound like. This is what I'm telling you, man. Shout out to this guy. I had to use him as an example. This is what you sound like when you disagree with me. And you literally are saying back what I'm saying to you. And I'm saying exactly. This is not hard to figure out. But when you're using coulda, shoulda, woulda, and if and what if, and you never know, and depends, and this is what I'm talking about, man. What is going on? Let me repeat that. I'm going to play that back to you. I'm going to play that back to you and see if this is not in agreement with what my philosophy is and in agreement with what Fresh and Myron just said.
As a man, that should be one of your motivations.
What?
Is to place yourself in a position where no one can out-leverage you in any capacity, let alone a woman.
Okay.
Providing the experience of your regular dude is irrelevant, dog. That's why regular dudes find themselves in the positions that they're in, because they have to take what they can get, but the goal.
They have to take what they can get. That's called a woman's going to like you for you.
Should be to not be out here taking what you can get.
The goal should be not taking what you can get. Exactly. What are we talking about, bro? I don't understand how people disagree with me, but of course it's just me. Isn't that the goal? Not to go, well, a woman should like you if you don't have money and she will spend money on you. That is not the goal. And even he agrees with that. That's not the goal, bruh. That should never be the goal. And I'm going to tell you why later. If you think that women are expensive to get into, wait till you live with them. Wait till you have children. Wait till you marry them. Wait till you have to buy a house. If you can't afford it now, you really going to be up shit's creek. All right, just like this guy. You're going to be up shit's creek. If you just talking about going on a $50 date, nigga, you priced out already and you're only taking what you can get. That's it. You're dealing with the one-off, the coulda, shoulda, woulda. Let me see if there's anything more that I have to play on this one. He's literally agreeing with them, but let's continue.
It should be going out here getting what you want. Not even on no.
It should be going out here and get what you want.
Ego, no, I am boss type shit. It's just that if you're taking care of business as a man, you feel me? Business-wise, relationship-wise, doing what a man's supposed to do, doing the right thing, distinguishing yourself from the rest.
If
she's not going nowhere regardless, dog.
If you're taking care of business, leverage, taking care of your responsibilities, she's not going anywhere regardless. Are we going to is this a certainty? Or is this what could happen? Right? Is this what could happen? Some women do dip. Some women do dip. Some women don't. Are we certain of this?
You feel me? Like this whole mind state or this whole situation he's describing where the women need to feel like they're pressured or at risk of losing their man because of competition. That is an unhealthy position to place a woman in. She's not gonna feel safe, right? If you're in a relationship with somebody, she needs to be safe. She needs to feel safe with you mentally, emotionally, physically, all that shit, bro. And if she feels like someone can just pull up and take you at the drop of a fucking hat, that's not a healthy situation for her to be in. If you're gonna be with somebody, be with somebody. You feel me? And just you being the best man to her, be an example of what a man's supposed to be. That's a miracle in itself, bro. A man with options, with money, with status, with everything, that decides to commit himself with a woman, like wholeheartedly, where she can trust this motherfucker without worrying about anything, bruh, that's a miracle, bro. That's a unicorn. You feel me?
Man, I'm thoroughly confused here. It's a unicorn if a woman can feel safe and the guy has options and he stays with her. It's a unicorn. It literally doesn't exist, right? It's a unicorn. Who's the unicorn, the male or the female? So you're saying something is non-existent. You're saying it exists, though. Let's continue. I'm confused, man.
So just you being the best man to her, hopefully you're with the right kind of woman. But the right kind of woman that comes across that type of man ain't going nowhere. There's nothing any man can do to take.
By the way, again, listen. The right kind of woman, the right one, The one that's the suitable one, your soulmate. He's stabbing at the dark here. This is the hope strategy. The right person. It wasn't the right person. It was the wrong person. Okay, describe these people. This is the hope strategy. Yeah, it sounds nice on paper, Maury, but when we practice it, is this happening? He even says it's a unicorn. These are rare. This is not what you should be resting on. So you're saying to do this, it would be rare. Okay, I'm going to give him a couple more minutes to see if he can figure it out.
This woman, the way, if she's the right woman and you're doing what you're supposed to do as a man.
If it's the right woman and you're doing what you're supposed to, show me the data. That happens. The number one reason for divorce is finances, then affairs. So this is not true. He didn't plan this out. He's just reacting. But there's nothing he's standing on. No stats, no datas, no experience at this particular point. He's just saying the right woman, if you're doing, and if you're taking care of it, there's nothing here. I mean, this is a whole bunch of, this is game. This is game right here. Game in a nutshell.
The shit he's talking about is toxic ass relationships that's going to fuck you up in a private.
He said the man is the unicorn. The man that is monogamous and taking care of his business is the unicorn. That's where I said I'm not understanding. He said the man that takes care of his shit and is with one woman is a unicorn. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. IBF Pro. Correct me if I'm wrong. The man that takes care of his expenses and makes a woman feel safe is a unicorn. I understood that. That's why it doesn't make sense. So a guy that has leverage and options and deals with one woman is a unicorn. Right? Am I tripping? So if he's the unicorn, that means a guy that probably has leverage and options is probably going to do more what Myron is doing. He's going to, Kevin Samuels, exercise his options. And it could be multiple women. It could be a woman, a stable woman and a hooker. It could be all hookers. We don't know. So again, I understood it. It just doesn't make sense as to how that guy's the unicorn, but you're telling us it's toxic. That's toxic, but that's the norm. All right, let me continue. All right, let me continue. I got to continue with this one because there is a point that he's going to make that I want to make here.
Process. We're going to have women scorned, women feeling pressured, women feeling threatened, always compete, worry about another bitch and shit. That's self-sabotage. That's relationship sabotage. You asking for the smoke. You want to just go out here and slang dick around and be on your fucking Genghis Khan shit and have all the hoes and feel like you the fucking man and do that. But the shelf life to that shit is short because at the end of the day, companionship is all that fucking matters. Someone is going to be riding there for you. You feel me? I know the red pill shit wants to perpetuate this narrative about like if she wouldn't fuck with you if you ain't had nothing. Bro, the goal is for her to fuck with you for you where she knows enough about you to know if you lost it all, she got enough confidence in you for you to get it back. And at the same.
Again, this is a if. Is this the norm, though? Let's come back. This is a scenario. Coulda, shoulda, would. If you lose, she would. Am I tripping? But is this what happens? Are we experiencing this? What type of people experience this? Do we normally see this? No, we normally see the exact opposite. When you fall down, the bitch skedaddles. When you lose your job, the wife leaves. This is what normally happens. If you lose it, she be down for you and she be there to pick you back up. Do we see this happening enough to stand on that? Okay. If, should, and if she would and she could. Guys, I'm telling you, man, I'm here to tell you. This is what's messing up. He's saying the red pill is messing me up. And I often say, if he's saying the red pill, he's also associating me into this. But I'm telling you, that is less likely to happen. That is the unicorn. That is the hope strategy. That's wishful thinking. That is probably not going to happen. All right, let's continue here. Here we go.
Same time you getting it back, she can hold it down for you while you getting it back.
At the same time you getting it back, she can hold you down while you get it back. Do we see this between the ages of 14 and 26? No. And this is the age of men that typically are struggling in dating because they're told, hey, a real one would. A real one would do this. A real one would do that. And guess what's out here? Not real ones. Now, when she turns 29 and 36 and 40, then she probably will be more likely to do this because she has less options. She has less time. Her fertility window's closing. She's tired of dating. So by the time I get a little bit older, I could find this. I could find this right now. All right. I could find a 46-year-old woman that more likely is going to do this. But 14 to 26, you're not going to find that. Unless you're Pookie and you was already a broke ass Pookie and you was a dusty ass nigga. And you know what I mean? And some women do be down with guys like that. All right. But this whole conversation about a real one and a real one would and what this is hope strategy. This is not certain to happen. This is almost unlikely to happen.
The goddamn goal. If you out here with some shit like this, with an attitude like this, with a perspective like this, you're gonna miss out on these types of women.
Gonna miss out. You never know.
Right, these women are damn near non-existent. But if you're moving the way a man's supposed to move,
supposed to, shoulda. If you should, if you moving like a real man should. This is not good teaching for men that need help. If, could, should, real one, toxic, emotional, plea.
With money, with clout, with status, and you're doing the right thing, you're making the right decisions, you're being the man you're supposed to be, you are a unicorn too. You're hard to come across too. You feel me? So you don't want to waste your time with bitches that don't matter. Any woman out here that's going to volunteer to be in a fucking polygamous relationship because of who you are and what you have to offer is a bitch that don't matter.
She don't got time to hole around or do stupid stuff when she's chasing your validation because other girls will go ahead and take her place.
It shouldn't be I'm threatening for these other hoes. It should be I'm going to lose this motherfucker and I'm not going to lose this motherfucker. And that's how it is when women, if you really got a woman, as a man, if you got a woman.
You know this, gentlemen. I'm trying to teach you guys. If ABL says, if was a fifth, we'd all be drunk. Ninja, I'm drunk off my ass right now on ifs. I'm drunk off my ass on ifs. If he say if one more time, just ninja. If. What are we doing, guys? I'm telling you, man, I know I sound brutal. I know I sound toxic. But really, this is what I hear a lot of game coaches telling you. This is just like, if you had game, okay, and what? And what's going to happen? Well, a woman should. Okay, shut the fuck up. I mean, I ain't got no time for this shit, right? I don't have no time, bruh. And they be on it, standing on it, too. This is mind-boggling. But this is how a lot of people that are supposedly against the red pill say. They don't have nothing but maybe their anecdotal evidence, and even that is shaky. They don't have nothing else but ifs and coulds and woulds and rainbows and fairies and marshmallow stars and yellow moons and all of that shit. They ain't got nothing to stand on. Nothing. They don't stand on nothing. They got Sky Daddy, Allah, the Most High God. They don't be having nothing to stand on. Zero.
Women, you got the hooks on the women, bro. There's nothing. She's not going. Women don't live in this fucking world where they threaten about other hoes. Women threaten about other hoes are not the hoes you need to be with. That's not women you take serious. I'm saying a real woman.
We got another real. A real woman with what?
Focused on that man. So she gonna come correct. She gonna do what she's supposed to do.
She gonna do it
because she want to make you happy. Because she want to do the right thing. She want to.
How long are we talking about? For life? For 10 years? 5? What are we talking about? The data shows us that this doesn't exist very long. It exists temporarily, and then it doesn't. That's what we know. And that's what a lot of people's experiences are. Let's continue.
Make you feel like a king. Not just because you want to outperform the other hoes. She's not worried about the other hoes because she got all the confidence in you. And a real man gonna make her woman feel confident.
A real man. I'm done. Conversation over. And somebody wants me to debate this guy. This is why I don't debate. I don't debate people like this. I have too much of a philosophy. I got way more to lose. I don't give a fuck about no subscribers. All right, I got 1 million subscribers in my mind. I don't know. I can't sit here and debate people like that, showing me if and Sky Daddy and yellow moons and fucking moon stars and quasars and no data, no information, no facts, no nothing. Nothing. This is the confusing dating advice that men are getting. I can't debate a guy that says a real man and a real one would and what a woman. This is just hard to figure out. Hard to figure out, where do I even attach my claws into this dating advice? How do I compete against Sky Daddy? How do I compete against an emotional plea? How do I compete against a real woman would do? How do I compete against that? It's almost difficult for me to debate that accurately when I'm coming in and I got the studies and the charts and I got my experience and the experience of a lot of people. I got everybody's backed up experience from middle school all the way to college. All of us have experienced these disappointments. All of us have seen what Myron and Fresh are talking about. And then here we come with the ifs. And he got a case of the couldas. I mean, this is unreal. Oh, man. All right, we got one more bit of confusing dating advice. This is time coming from women. All right, here we go right here. We got women got some confusing dating advice. And by the way, I know a guy was very excited about me talking about bringing people up to disagree. Well, there's going to be rules to it. First of all, you don't get to control the conversation. Like, I'm not going to bring you up for you to start asking me questions. Motherfucker, I'm asking the questions. So the conversation is going to start with me. Number one. Number two, you're going to have to put your goofy, ashy ass face on the camera. And I want to see your background, the amber lamps behind that. I want to see the fucking popcorn ceilings. I want to see the bars on the window. And we're going to ask you questions up front. You're going to answer 5 questions before you open your goofy ass mouth. And I'm going to ask you to show me the plaque in between your teeth and all of that shit. Show me your mama's room. You ain't just going to jump on here and control the conversation. I got a disagreement with me. Slow down. Give me your income last year. What's the highest income you ever made? Have you ever been married? Do you have kids? What does your motherfucking belly look like? Let me see your belly and your stomach. All right, let me see the pop. Show me the ceiling and let me see all that asbestos and popcorn and shit onto it. Let me see the windows. All right, let me see what your windows look like. You ain't just gonna come up here and tell me and I'm gonna tell you what. Nah, you ain't gonna be hiding behind the screen under the pseudonym. What's your first and last name? Government name. My government name is on the screen. What's your government name? Where are you located? Cleveland. Okay, now we know what we're talking about. $40K a year in Cleveland, Ohio. All right, we know what we're dealing with. Yep, motherfucking smoke detector just chirping in the background. You ain't gonna get up here on my show and just hide behind a pseudonym and behind the screen. No. Give me your zip code so I can do some inquisitive information on your goof ass. You know my zip code. You know my location. You know my name. You see my face. You're not just going to show up on here thinking you're just going to throw darts at me because you bored today. All right. Yeah. All right. It's just what it is. All right. Yo, more confusing dating advice. Here we go. We got a woman that says men need to take the lead and dominate. All right, here we go.
We do like to boss men around, but we also love to be bossed around. I don't know how it... Does that make sense at all, what I'm saying?
Yeah, you kind of want someone to put you in your place once in a while. People are definitely going to take this out of context. Hopefully people that are listening to the podcast, understand what we're talking about. But it's true. I think it's a little bit of that, like assert your dominance a little bit from time to time, without obviously being toxic or whatever that they say, without being abusive. But assert your dominance, because if you're a yes man all the time, and if I feel like I can always push you around, I'm going to lose respect for you.
By the way, Myron said the exact same thing, by the way. Myron was hinting around this topic when he talked about competition anxiety and shit like this. See, when you're dealing with shit tests from women and you're dealing with this is confusing information for the regular guy. Myron was saying, I'm not going to be the regular guy. I'm going to assert my dominance and I'm going to actually have her in a competition anxiety. Why? Because of respect. She's going to respect me. But when a woman's like, well, if you want me to continue to respect me, you got to sometimes argue with me. Sometimes you got to dominate me and put me in my place. Guys, this is by the way, for the regular guy, this is horrible advice. For only a certain type of guy, guys that have leverage, this works. This works. This works. You got leverage. You can easily replace her. She feels like she needs you more than you need her. Okay, she knows you can get another bitch walk outside. She'll play this game. She'll get dominated real fast.
I like to get dominated.
Now, she said from time to time. Okay, what time? What time? Tomorrow, today, or when you feel like it. That's where the problem is. When you feel like it. So when you want to stand on business, you want to argue. But when you don't want to stand on business, you're going to shit test me so I can dominate you. Guys. Oh, okay. So when you fucking feel like it. Okay, but if you don't feel like it, guess where I'm at? Guess what I'm doing? I'm Jabril Peppers. When you want to stand on business, I'm Jabril Peppers and I'm talking to the police. When you don't want to do it, you're going to kick, scream, and cry. And you're going to say I'm controlling and manipulative. Now, again, this is the problem when you're dealing with women. When you're dealing from a position of, I got to take what I can get. A woman's going to like me for me. Yeah, she likes you for you, but she's also going to shit test you just like this. Now, how's broke guy going to deal with this? How's broke guy going to deal with this? You ain't got no options. You got to put up with it. You got to argue. You got to deal with her emotions up and down, and then you got to dominate her one day and fill out a temporary restraining order the next day. This is why I'm always telling you guys. He says, yep, we're just supposed to know. If you're a real one, a real man, game guys, a real man knows when coulda, shoulda, woulda. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. The data tells us that this gets more men in trouble than it does work. There are a group of men that pull this off, but it is the rarity. They are completely rare. And some of these game-free ninjas, broke niggas, them ninjas end up in jail just like this nigga right here. All right? And this a rich nigga. Right? When you going to end up in jail talking that shit. And there's a dude on here that never shows his face, constantly talking about me, and he in jail for domestic violence. Or he got a criminal record for supposedly beating on his wife. Yeah. And they be talking that game shit and that free shit. Oh, how about them free nights you spent in jail eating cookies that are all, what do you call it? Spoiled cookies and motherfucking bread and water. How about them nights you spent in jail in a domestic violence court? You don't want to talk about that. All right, so guys, again, this is hard advice for men to listen to, especially when you're a regular guy. Now, who does this work on? Man with status, leverage, and options. A woman that is going to make this work is a woman that she's afraid to lose. I'm sorry, a man that she's afraid to lose. That's the only one that's going to work out. Does this work? Yes, I know women that make this works on. But you're taking a huge risk by following this shit. And women are quite confusing. Well, sometimes we want to be dominated. Sometimes we need to be told no and put in our place. I'm not going to spend my time with this risking eating stale cookies. No. Like, what are we doing, bro?
Take this out of context. Hopefully people that are listening to the podcast.
By the way, are you going to jail? Yes, you're going to fucking jail with this shit. Could you go to jail? Yep. Are you going to jail? Yes. You're likely to go to jail doing this shit that she's talking about. This ain't a coulda, woulda, shoulda. You're likely headed to fucking jail. This ain't a if. This ain't a real one, a real man. You're going to jail doing this shit for a long period of time. Now, if you do this for about a month, a year, you'll get away with it. If you move this woman in your house and she does this, you are going to jail. All right? Prove me wrong. You're going to fucking jail if you live with a woman and she pulls this shit. If you have kids with this woman and or married, you're going to lose your house and your kids. You're going to with this shit right here. This is a fact. Now, if you're just dealing with a girl off and on and occasionally and you spinning plates, you're probably going to avoid it. But if you do this with any cohabitating woman, any wife, you're going to fucking jail. It's damn near guaranteed. Damn near. You're going to jail. And you're going to get divorced. And you're going to lose custody of your kids. Do you hear me? Ain't no goddamn if, coulda, woulda, shoulda. It's going to happen. Guaranteed. If you marry a woman with this bullshit. And she's saying we going to do it.
Yeah. Yeah. So we do like to boss men around, but we also love to be bossed around. I don't know how it... Does that make sense at all, what I'm saying?
Yeah, you kind of want someone to put you in your place once in a while. People are definitely going to take this out of context. Hopefully people that are listening to the podcast, understand what we're talking about. But it's true. I think it's a little bit of that, like assert your dominance a little bit from time to time.
Going to jail. From time to time. See, coulda, woulda, shoulda. If you do this, and from time to time, when I feel like it, when I'm on the rag, when I'm horny, what day is it? You play this long term, you're going to jail.
Without obviously being toxic or whatever that they say, without being abusive. But
do it without being abusive. Just listen to me argue with you and hear back and forth. And then just put me in my place. Tell me no. Don't tell me no.
Assert your dominance, because if you're a yes man all the time, and if I feel like I can always push you around, I'm going to lose respect for you, right?
Yeah.
And I think maybe that's what it comes down to. You can still be, like, I myself can be I'm not the most, like, girly, like, sweet girl.
Alpha widow, dominant, masculine broad.
But I like it when someone's like, no. I like it when someone can challenge that.
I guarantee you she's single. This shit ain't worked for her yet, but she feels like it will.
Because if not, I think it's a little bit, maybe it's like a sexual thing as well, where you just...
Didn't Myron say that? Competition anxiety, shit test. Myron was saying this.
Be like, you don't want to sleep with someone who's like too sweet and nice, and there's no boom, there's no fire there, there's no masculinity, there's no assertiveness. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean, ma'am. I know exactly what you mean. You're a short-term broad. Anybody that does this and think they're going to get away with this long-term, you're crazy. You're going to fucking anger management courses. You're going to lose your job. This is a short-term broad that you can get and put your hands around her neck so she can bust a nut on you and all of that. Great. Anybody that thinks that this is going to be done long-term because she a real one and she down for you and she likes you for you, you're insane. You are guaranteed to lose this battle. This is a long-term L coming. Oh, by the way, all the times that you told her no and she liked it, when she fills that police report out, she ain't going to say that. She going to tie all the times you verbally abused her, all the time you put your hands around her neck. She ain't going to talk about she liked it and busting a nut. She going to go in there and say, this nigga tried to strangle me 15 times. Let me get on, man. We're going to talk about this date. We're going to talk about this a little bit more in detail. And they be sitting there with a serious ass face. They be sitting here, look at this. They be sitting here like this with they crazy shit. And dudes be telling you to run game and get girls like this and keep your pimp hand strong. And nigga, you gonna be in jail with that shit. This is a short-term dating strategy. There was nothing concrete. I feel one day I want to be right. One day I'm willing to be wrong. Okay, that helps. That helps me. That's certain. Okay, I'll go with that. And men, you're so stupid that you come out here to try to prove you can keep this done. It's crazy. I said, Monte says, I hate when a girl says, put me in my place. Guys, those girls are for freak shit only. All right. And for short term, put me in my place. Them girls, and by the time you get past a certain age, you never deal with those girls. Never. You basically avoid girls like that. All right. No government ABH, shout out to you. Joshua Moon says, Fresh, a copycat ass, and then just shout out to Fresh. All right, Preston says, I've noticed that men are with red pill I noticed that when men are with red pills, they just like the stigma that comes with it, so they reject. All right, interesting. You talking about the women? Damien says, why would an ex unblock after claiming they never want anything to do with me, claiming to hate me, only to later unblock me and allow old Facebook memories to keep popping up? Well, women don't have as many options as they believe. It is the men that are in the options position. Women do these things, and most of the time you will find that the opposite of love is indifference. The opposite of the opposite of attachment is hate. So if they're playing games like that, they're trying to get your attention. They're just playing games, man. Shout out to Been Around the World and I Talk Yo Ish Coach, chapter 8, my favorite chapter. Salute. Get the free agent lifestyle. I'm gonna sell to you, Nick. Just all right. I'm gonna sell to you. My book is solid. All right, chapter 8. Okay, he was just talking about it. Why do women do this? Why they do that? Okay. You know how many women that I've dealt with that said they was out here big and bad, but they still be clamoring after me? Right? I'm not the guy to be out here telling you how I win mentally with women, because I think women are fickle. They're funny individuals. All right. And I don't put my ego is not attached to women at all. In a sense. Like, I don't get women and then show them around and see guys, this is what I did. All right. I say, hey, this could work for you. And if you don't want to do it, you don't have to do it. But I've had a lot of women be like, I could get what I could get. And I'll be like, okay, go get it. Go get it. Because I have the options and leverage. I'll be like, all right, go ahead. Women will be like, I normally date a guy that's tall. I normally date a guy that's younger. I normally date a guy that buys out the bar. I normally date football players. I normally date R&B singers. Go get them. You know what I find out? Them bitches be right there texting me the next morning. Right? Go to him. Go to all these dudes you got. Go. And now tomorrow, next week, they be back texting. And I'll be back ignoring they ass. Go get them. All right, talk that shit around me. You talk that shit around me, that's when I'll be like, all right, let me see. You had that. You could get that. You ain't got it. All right, and you know who got it. CGA got it. All right, so just be right here and be humble and not be out here trying to tell me what you could get out here, because I'm going to let you go get the shit. Go get them. I'll be with ninjas with 12-inch dicks. Go get them then. I don't care.
Hey, yo, chill, son. Hey, yo.
Don't think that's going to make me jump on this offer here. Go get them. All right. Why? Because I got abundance. I got leverage and options. Not abundance with women. I have abundance with life. But I certainly have them with women. Go get them. I used to date this guy. Go get him then. All right. Why you telling me this? Because what you want me to do is say, oh, wow, you got this status over here. I used to date rich niggas and I used to do this, and go get them. And if you happen to just leave and go get them, fine with me. I'm going to not miss you. I'm going to be here with another broad because, yes, you're easily replaceable. I'm in a leverage and option position. All right, but they be out here trying to, throw this on you and out there so you could be like, maybe I got something. You ain't got nothing. It's just a place for her. It's just a place for you to put your salami in. All right. And what are you doing for it? All right. Anyway. Oh, we got our brother here. Let's see here. Kevin Sullivan, I got you. He says, Coach, that was her ish test for that brother. He failed, and now he's with the Undertaker. That's a fact. Damsel in distress is a shit test. A damsel in distress. So we talk about that. Men think they pass shit tests by responding to the shit test positively. And even that woman right here said, right here, I don't always want you to respond positively. I want you to put me in my place. So let's go back. The guy that died because another guy allegedly touched his girlfriend's ass. The guy that died failed the shit test. What she should have done was say, call the police. What he should have said was call the police and come to me. Instead, the ninja went and ran the block and round the corner and got shot. Okay? Don't do that. Don't go for their shit test. Meaning don't look to pass it. A lot of guys will be like, happy wife, happy life. See, my wife likes me. So what? Like, dude, you're failing the shit test. Because eventually she keeps shit testing you and you keep giving her what she wants. And then guess what? She don't respect you. This woman literally says, if you give women what they want, they don't respect you. It's obvious. A real one would. And if you do this and do that, dude, she don't respect you. And that's where guys want respect. And so they assume if I give her what she wants and keep doing this and tap dancing in front of her and spending time with her, it's going to make her not cheat or no. Shit test. Jones G says, a double-minded man is unstable in all of his ways. He says that's somewhere in the Bible, but this young Michael Jai White looking ass ninja is a dangerous, young, inexperienced brother. CGA is unmatched. Keep grinding, coach. Like, I stand on business. I get on here and stand on business. And really, you can try. You can't really poke holes. Anything I see against me is normally just people trying to call me names, right? He don't get no pussy, which you can't prove. That's not true. He a trick. He a old ass nigga. He short. Like, there's never anybody that can come up here and bust holes in the free agent lifestyle philosophy. You might hate it, but you can't do it. But what I find is when people do, they don't stand on nothing. Well, he kind of right. He kind of wrong. All right, bruh. And Jones G says, debating is usually reserved for quarrelsome and cantankerous women. It is not a task for wise and experienced men. And he says, I only debate my equals. All others I teach. That's Dr. John Henrik Clark. I'm going to say it again. Debating is usually reserved for quarrelsome and cantankerous women. It is not a task for wise and experienced men. I only debate my equals. All others I teach. And I'm in a teaching position. I'm not here to debate. I didn't make a platform to debate. And I certainly did not. And I said this, if you've been with me for a long time, some of you guys haven't. I always said this. I did not create this platform to debate niggas. Who remember me saying that? I said that in 2019, 2020. I did not make this platform and build it to what it is to debate niggas. I won't do it. I refuse to do it. And I haven't done it yet. Now, if there's a woman that here that needs some instruction, all right, I'm here for that. If some men that need some instruction, I'm here for that. I'm here to teach. I didn't make this platform to debate no ashy lip ass niggas. I don't do it. I don't care how many subscribers you got. I didn't make this platform to debate niggas. I've been saying that for a long time, and you guys just don't get it. And it ain't that I'm scared. Bruh, everything I got is out here on the goddamn social media. It is. I mean, ain't nothing you could do. What do you want me? What do you want to talk about? What do you not understand of what I'm saying? I'll teach you what I'm saying. But what I ain't going to do is sit up on the internet arguing with some ashy lip ass niggas. It ain't going to happen. It's not going to happen. All right. It is not proving to be worth anything to do it, but to entertain low class Mickey Mouse ass ninjas. All right. So if that's what you want, ninja, y'all got to pay up. Y'all got to pay up heavy. Pay up heavy. Ninjas out here with ashy knees and elbows want to come up on my screen for what? All right, what do you got to talk about, ass ninja? All right, yo, it's crazy out here, but hey, I'm here to teach. All right, I'm here to teach. I want you to point something that I said and ask me about it. Point something to what I say. Ask me about it. I'll tell you word for word. But what you ain't going to do is tell me something. And let me just clear this up, because I see a guy saying I'm bad at it. Oh my goodness. I'm bad at debating. Guys, I have ruined many men's careers debating.
Ali, just so I can tee you up here, you took some issue.
Anytime that anybody has stepped on the stage with me, they got their whole fucking career destroyed. Should I remind you? Do I need to remind you, Nick? You guys are brand new. This nigga said I'm bad at debating. I'm sorry, what? I do. There's evidence. There's evidence that I've destroyed men's careers coming up to me. I made men change their whole fucking YouTube channel. I mean, are you new? Do you know who I am? I'm bad at debating. I showed up to a debate where everybody knew they were debating me except me. I was the only one that didn't know I was showing up to a debate, and I fucking destroyed everybody in range. This bitch had to delete his whole channel within 2 months. What are you talking about? Anybody that has ever stepped to me, and I debated him in a sweatsuit. He bad at debating. This ninja got a whole suit, and I got a hoodie on with Vans on. Showed up, and I had Hafiz's fans saying, God damn. I had Hafiz's fans saying that nigga CGA cooked him. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. What? I had Hafiz. Guys, Hafiz had like 500,000 subs. And he had a loyal fan group, and they were going, shit. Look at him. Look. I didn't yell, scream. I didn't call no names. I just said what I said. All right. I just backed up what I say. I showed up with a hoodie on, cooking. I didn't even know. Dude, he knew I was debating. I didn't even know. Still cooked. Ninjas be mad, bruh. Ninjas, I don't know why y'all so upset with me and you guys make up stories in your head. But guys, this, bruh, I mean, it's evidence as to what I've proven here. Just say you don't like me and we can deal with it. Just say you don't like me. I can deal with that because that's what's really happening. But bruh, I've proven on this platform for many years consistently that my shit is undefeated, bruh. Undefeated. I had even the simps that love this guy saying he got cooked. I want to see some comments down here. All right. All right. Damn, Hafiz been in his feelings the entire show. Coach really got this dude in his emotions. As a Christian man, Coach is right. Coach is who he says he is. Coach bodied the conversation when he asked about the insurance. Hafiz is king of the hope strategy. I've never heard of this Coach Greg Adams, but he handled himself masterfully in this debate. Huh? What? He never heard of me. He was a Hafiz fan. I never heard of this guy. He handled himself masterfully. See, what you want is this to break down into some sort of name calling. I'm not going to do it. I refuse to participate in these low frequency debates where we start calling names and all of that. I'm not going to do it. I know that's what you want. And that's what you think who wins is who calls the most names. I don't do this. I'm too grown for this. If we're going to talk about principles and philosophy and ideology and we stick to it, I'm going to fucking destroy you. Because you can't beat what I'm saying. You could just hope you're going to do it. But if it's going to break down into some name calling shit, I'm not going to do it because, hey, it's about who you like and don't like at that point. But there's no point in even trying to figure this out.
Acknowledge me.
These are people that came to look to disagree. Yeah. All right, just another one. And Coach Greg Adams wins with logics, facts, and experience, hand down. I like how Coach kept getting grilled, but by the OnlyFans mom was stunned and braved in an analogy right here. All right. As usual, Coach Greg Adams held the professional line on the show. Professional. See, I'm a professional. I'm not here to name call and try to get people riled up. Hafiz is young and inexperienced. Guys, when you're young and inexperienced, it shows against me. When you're young and inexperienced and gullible and stupid and name calling and in love, it shows. When I bring the experience, you're going to lose. The truth is the truth at the end of the day, Ruth. All right. And it is what it is. Shout out to our brother Kyle says, you say you don't hate women, but I abhor them. And he says right here with all my core because they all think the same. They all want clout and currency without compliance and accountability. And you have control over that. You have control over that. You can control that. You can simply not deal with them in that one, or you can get into a position where they can negotiate that. All right, shout out to Two in the Peak, One in the Seat. Shout out to the morbidly obese ladies at the Disneyland that love you for you. And shout out to the link not being posted in the live chat, ass ninja. Huh? It is not posted in the live chat. All right, shout out to you. Godwin says, I agree with you 100%. Men have philosophies that have formed through trials that they face themselves. Theories are meant for the most and not all. He says, so if the theory doesn't work for you, then move on. That guy was in his feels, which is why he was waffling. Yep. A philosophy is usually formed with trial, error, understanding, experience. And so I have a philosophy. But if you just sit up here with a theory, it doesn't stand up to a philosophy. Dr. Beto says, CGA, I saw some young blood spit some Andrew Tate-ish and realized, my ninja, you ain't got any leverage on options, like CGA said. These talking points don't work with men who haven't achieved anything in life. Unfortunately, that is the measure of a man. Face Fact says, men take CGA's advice, free agent lifestyle, and the JUCO for the win. What's your reward for traditional dating? Is it divorce, alimony, child support? Listen to CGA and DMX as I battle the family court. Shout out to you, man. Good luck with your battle. Okay. Shout out to All Dogs Go to Heaven says, get me your zip code so I can get some inquisitive information on your goof ass. Shout out to you. I'm sorry with the reading, CGA and reading. All right, give me your zip code so I can get some inquisitive information on your ass. Shout out to No Government Name. When I hear a male say if, should, feel, mouthpiece, game, real man, sky daddy, morality, tricking, I get it for free, and love me for me. All I have in my head is Mitchell detected and avoid them 100% like the plague. All right. Shout out to MS81 says, I'm one of these ninjas that had a DV because I didn't have leverage, aka I wasn't the best version of myself. All right. NGN says, hey, are we still hearing me? It's funny how Western Mitchells and Penguins complain about getting genuine desire, but men in the East know women are in business and they adapt accordingly. He says Gen Z men in Asia have zero problem or shame just renting and staying free agents. I'm going to tell you here, we're going to give you something here, and a lot of people aren't going to like it when I'm going to say. Okay? But I'm going to say it here in a minute. H every day, have abundance in life. In life, stock up on meaningful options and selections. It's lonely at the top. I find myself ignoring broads doing my thing, and girls be like, hoes. Oh, it says there's a typo. Girls be like, how come you never notice me? And I purposefully look. Oh man, I don't know, bro. I don't know what this is. There's some shit missing there, but it sounds like you're saying you stay busy. Sounds like you stay busy. All right, and he says I don't debate niggas. He says my grandpa will be proud of that, for real. Or by the way, when you wrestle, if you wrestle in the mud with pigs, guess what? All right, when two people are arguing, you can't tell who's the idiot and who is the righteous person. So never argue with idiots. All right, and again, shout out to you guys who want to debate me, man. I mean, just make a video, bro, and break down what I'm saying. If you want to call names and what do they call it? If you want to give out my information and shit like that, go ahead. All right, I don't know if that makes you feel better. What do they call it? When you give out a person's information on social media. I can't remember what they call it. But people do this. I'm like, damn, you ain't got nothing to argue about? So you just gonna dox me? You gonna dox me? Okay, dox me. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, bro. I mean, I can't spend my time worrying about all of that shit. And it just would be like, this video, dox me, calling this. I'm like, okay, what does that have to do with the free agent lifestyle? Yeah, it's just weird. People are weird with it. And I'm like, yo, if you have nothing, just say you have nothing. Can you say what I'm saying is inevitably wrong? That is what I'm concerned about, which means, in effect, let's get to it out here. Z-Main event. Z-Main event. We'll talk about it, and we'll talk about it briefly. What do I hear when I talk about broke men, broke dating? One of my pieces of advice, okay, One of my pieces of advice is for people to stop broke dating. Broke dating leads people to lean on things that they don't understand. For instance, broke women who date say what? A real man would pay for the date. That's what a broke woman says. That's what broke women say. And there's a lot of broke women, meaning they're broke and or broken. So broken doesn't mean financially broken, but it does mean financially. But a lot of people then lean on things that they don't understand. Well, the reason why men used to pay for dates, this is not a traditional thing. I've broken this down and I gave you the history and the context. The reason why men were trained and conditioned to pay for dates is because women's income was far less than men, and it was seen as supplemental income if they earned income, meaning the income that women typically made in the earlier days of dating was relative to supporting her father or a husband or a family. Single women income inevitably supporting themselves, but at this time, singles women income, they weren't making a lot of money. Thus, if a man was interested, it was assumed that the man would pay for her. In this world, that doesn't exist anymore. So we should have a new standard. It should not be that men have to pay for women. It doesn't mean men pay for women because he was a man and she was a woman. It doesn't mean he paid because he was a better man. Nope. It simply was an economic condition. Today's economic condition is not the same. Women make sometimes more. Sometimes they make just as much. Sometimes they don't make none and he makes some. So it should be conditional. But we haven't moved the needle. Women have still stuck with this idea that men need to pay. If women are dating like that, guys, she is broke. That's broke dating. It's unhealthy, and it leads to her dating for a reason, manipulating you. I like you. I have purpose. I have intentions with you, and she doesn't. She's intending to finesse, intending to waste your time, intending to take advantage of. So that's why I say broke women shouldn't date. And you shouldn't date women like this. Now, if you want to fix her bind, that's a whole nother discussion. So if you're fixing binds, that's a whole nother discussion. That's not the same. But most people aren't fixing binds. You don't want to fix a bind. You're not in a position to fix a bind. So let's get to the broke men. You want women to be who you want them to be, not who they are. So then if you find a woman that says, I'm not like those other women, you fall for the bait. I'm a real woman. I don't care about income. I don't care about money. And this bitch care about her tummy, all right, being done lapped over her belly. She ends up being somebody that you have to settle for. Instead of getting out of that situation and working yourself out, well, most regular guys can't work themselves out. Yes, they can. You have that power. That's what makes you a man. I was dealing with a lot of broken women, and I was broken myself. And I figured I'm chasing my tail at this point. Yeah, was I getting sex here and there? Sure. Were these the best looking women? Nope. All right. Some of these women were broken and old and soggy and whatever it was. These weren't the best. I always felt I could get better. Now, what Fresh was saying is once you get leverage and options, and as I wrote in the book, once I gave myself options and space, I started dealing with a different breed. Are these women broke? Yeah. I mean, because all women typically are broke no matter how much money they make. I mean, they're all kind of struggling economically in some sense because they treat money as supplement. It supplements the income of whoever she's dealing with, but not all of it is hers. So she rarely brings in all of it for everybody to use. I don't care if you're married or whatnot. She rarely brings it in with the intentions for everybody to use unless she's fat, not a shape, unless she's low-hanging fruit. Then she will tend to do stuff like that, and you will call her a real one because you don't have anybody else to deal with. Let me give you an example. Right here. This is what people are going to say, and look, this is an example of what a hardworking family man would love to hear. What an amazing wife. This is beautiful. First of all, let me give you the fucking picture of these two. Take a look at the two here. And I'm going to get on him first. Look at this guy. Look at the surroundings. Look at the old outdated ass furniture, thrift shop shit. Hey, listen, that's where you at. That's where you at. But he's settling for that. And look at her, a pure porker. So let me see what they're going to say. And this is what I'm talking about. Oh, well, a real one and a real one would. Well, there's the real one right there. Look at these two. Okay? And look at the back of her head, bruh. All right, here we go right here. Let's get to it.
We're thriving because of you. Like, I'm able to get a new phone because of you. I'm able to go get my eyes tested and get new glasses tomorrow because of you. I'm able to have somebody come in here and clean because of you. I'm able to make a meal for not just our family, but Crystal and Brad because of you. Like, you're not just keeping us afloat, you're driving us. And I appreciate you so much. Like, the way you lavish your love on us is insane.
All right, so let me stop right there. This is beautiful. Let me give him a round of applause. Shout out to this one. She's a real woman. You would hope that a real woman would acknowledge and notice you. But typically, women that look slightly better than this, they don't care about none of this shit. They in it for themselves. I mean, typically. This is typically the truth. All right, and she gotta appreciate him because who the fuck else she gonna get? Who she gonna get? And who the hell, where's he going? Look at this. Yep, 50 Cent, happy hostages. Neither of these people going nowhere. So she better go ahead and count her lucky stars, all right, and kiss his ass. And he, on the other hand, bruh, I mean, come on, bruh. Look at this, man. Look at these bills. Again, these are the things that people say, well, you could get a real one. And there they are right there. They're more likely to look like that. Now, I just can't deal with it, bruh. Can't deal with it. Maybe if I was in a slump, a drought. All right, she happened to just stand up with the camera propped up. Look at dude, I can't even live in this filth. But hey, where the hell else they're going? All right, there they go. The example of real love right there. All right, here we go right here. These are the typical average American guy. Now, let's get on these dudes. Pause. Let's get on these dudes. Now, let's talk about these game ass ninjas that's telling you out here, ninja, a real one will like you no matter if you have money or not. A real one, you need to get a woman that likes you despite the fact that you broke. Okay. And how do we do this, sir? Oh, my course costs $10,099.87. I'll teach you how to get some game. And they all do this. Anybody that mentions games is going to sell you $10,000 course. Anybody that mentions game and doesn't sell you a course is going to say, not that type of game. Not the manipulation game. All right. You don't need game to get. By the way, we actually proved that most men are dating to get laid. So game guys are going to teach you how to get laid. The guys that say, yeah, game is important, but not the manipulation game to get laid, not the pickup line. So you see there's two different groups that go back and forth and misuse the word. They misuse the word and they'll tell you that game is how you do it. I got a question. Look at this nigga right here. Look at him. Now, my question is this. Is game going to help this guy? I'll wait. I know what you're going to say. You don't want to answer the question. Is money going to help him? Hold that talking point. Hold that point. Is game going to help this ninja? In fact, is going outside and cold approaching and touching grass going to help this guy? Please be honest. Is there any game in the world that's going to help this guy? I don't care if you talk about pickup line, cold approach, lover game, selling a strategy, selling him a dream. Is anything about to help this dude? Now, let me start. Because somebody going to say, well, is tricking going to help? It's going to get his dick wet. But that's number one because we already determined that that's what game ninjas are trying to do. But yes, it'll help him at the moment. At this moment with that piece on his lap, it's going to help him. But let me get ahead because that's all you want to hear. Let me stop. What's going to help him is he's going to need to get in what we call fitness. He's going to have to improve his fitness first. And that fitness is going to be physically. So if I'm a guy and I'm telling him, nah, man, all you need is this mouthpiece in this game. And the typical average guy looks like this. They do. I'm going to tell him to improve his physical fitness. Right? Improve your physical and fitness first so you can find someone to manipulate for sex or get laid or find a real one or find a woman that loves you for you, right? Whatever you want to do, you're going to need to improve your physical fitness, AKA, this is what I tell you to do. You're going to have to improve your physical fitness. Now, then I might tell him to improve his mental fitness. Because mentally, he ain't there. If he was mentally there, he wouldn't look like this. And this is a stock picture. Your mental fitness is unhealthy. And I don't know if you're a narcissist or low self-esteem. So I would encourage him to do what? Improve himself in some particular way. So game ain't gonna work, nigga. All right, all of this, you know. And so then this is when these guys say, well, being the best version of yourself is a part of game. Well, you certainly shouldn't disagree with me because that's what I'm telling you too, Mr. Knight. Improve yourself, leveraging options. See, you guys want to disagree with me, but we're literally saying the same thing, but you just don't like the end result. I literally say the same thing. Improve yourself. If game is about being the best version of yourself, so is leveraging options. It's the same thing. It's the same thing, bro. But so again, you guys want to be disagreeable, but then you have nothing to stand on. All you want to come back is game and them to buy your course. Okay, let's just say that. Let's just say that you want to be the guy they buy from instead of the guy that CGA, they buy from CGA. Okay, that's fine. But you sound like these guys because we're saying the exact same thing. Game ain't going to help. It's going to be your physical fitness, then your mental fitness. Now, the last one is, let's just say he got his physical and mental fitness together. Is broke dating going to help him? Is dating to the point where he doesn't have any money and finding a woman that loves him for him, is that going to help him? The answer is no. He would need to improve his financial fitness. He would need to improve his financial fitness by all metrics. He's not going to build with a woman anytime soon unless it's a big back. Does this look like building with a woman? Nope. He ain't building shit. He ain't going to match shit. He ain't going to run. Now, is there a guy that looks like him that could do it? Yes, I'll agree. I seen Big Mac ninjas that look like this, and they out here cleaning up. Is he going to find a woman that loves him for him with them titties on his chest? Nope. And don't have no money? Or does he have money with titties on his chest? That ain't going to help either, but it can get his dick wet, which is what you guys are looking for. But you got to change a lot about you first. You got to be honest. That does look, status, money, and all of these black pill terms does matter at the end. It matters. So men try to escape it and say, nah, it's just game. And then say game is what I'm saying, which is physical fitness and financial fitness. So it matters. It matters. But we're not going to sit here and just play semantics. We're not just going to sit here and play semantics. I'm not going to let you guys get away with that because you can't. You're describing exactly what I'm describing and saying that I'm wrong, but I'm saying the exact same thing. Now, here's where it gets cloudy. Here's where it gets cloudy. Does it help long term? What I'm telling you, does it help long term versus what you're telling him? You're saying to get laid. You're saying to get a bitch for the night or whatever it is. How often does that work? We can prove that your semantics, it proves short term. Short. This is a short term game. This is a zero sum game long term versus what I'm telling you. More than likely long term is where the difference is going to make. Sure, you get laid. Everybody can get laid. You can take $50 right now and get laid. But instead, you're going on dates and you spent $250 and you got a pat on the head. So long term, how does this pan out long term? Are you going to run these games for 5 years, 10, 15? How long are you going to run it? I've been proven that these guys that say that run it 5 years, tops. Tops. This is not a good long-term strategy. This people, and every guy that I know that talks about this literally say they're retired from the game. Which means, in effect, this is a short-term strategy. So it's tricking. Short-term strategy. It's all a short-term strategy. I have a lifestyle that takes you all the way from beginning to end. You're going to adopt this lifestyle and you're going to live it for life. Okay? It's not a sustainable strategy. They're telling you how to get some pussy from a low-grade bitch. That's their whole thing. And then they'll tell you to keep your pimp hand strong and then get domestic violence court. It doesn't work long term. So if I gave this guy some game, this is going to work for 2 weeks. And he going to be back beating his meat. He going to be back out there trying to touch grass. He going to be back there. At the end of the day, he going to marry one of these goofy ass broads. At the end of the day, he going to move in with these goofy ass broads and end up in domestic violence court. This is more likely to happen. It is not going to work long term. Everybody that I hear say that, they don't do it for very long. More young men should know this. They do it for a little while and then they grow up. What happens when you need to grow up? Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. A man that needs to do what? He needs to do what? He needs to get a girl that likes him for him, and she a real woman. Okay, we'll deal with that shit. What happens when responsibility happens? Because you're going to need to. What happens when you move in and you still dealing with this woman? You know what's going to happen. It's going to be combustible. When bills are due, car note, rent, mortgage, it's going to be combustible. It's going to fall apart. The entire thing of this broke mindset of you and a real one going to stick with you, when you down bad and your job is not stable, it's going to blow up in your face. What happens when you get married with this same mindset? A real one don't need $50. And then she asks you for $250 to go get some Sephora makeup or a manicure or a pedicure or a massage, and you ain't got it. Guess what's going to happen to you? Nothing. You're done. Priced out, skedaddle. It's over for you. What happens when the electric bill is $350? What happens if you have kids? It's gone. She gonna be out of there. Guaranteed. There's a 99% chance she's gone. Again, this is why I tell you, when you start low, you don't realize the shit is gonna accumulate real fast. Right? So you try not to spend $50 at Shakey's to find a real one. Let's say you find a real one. It ain't gonna last long, bro. You're gonna get priced out fast because life is going to happen. You're not gonna get a woman that's walking around here with no finger and toenail polish, no motherfucking keratin treatment, no massages, don't need no gas for work. She'll use her own money. She'll pay for your gas, ass ninja. She'll let you live up under her house rent free while you babysitting her kids. She'll let you borrow the car when you 35 and 40. It ain't gonna happen. So why start there? Why start there? You're setting yourself up for failure. And that pussy gonna dry up, guaranteed. And she gonna be annoyed at you. And you're gonna be out with your 50-50 relationship, living at your grandmama in your mama house. This is not a long-term strategy. That is my point about the free agent lifestyle. That's why my lifestyle philosophy dominates. There's no holes you can poke in it. You could just say, well, temporarily you could do this, and then you can work around it. Temporarily. And even its low statistics after that. Temporarily, I can mess around and give me a big back. I can give me a mud shark. I can give me a low hanging fruit ass plain Jane. And then over time, that's going to fail. Right? And then you're going to grow up, and then you're going to have real responsibilities. Do you see ninjas running game in their 40s and 50s? It's miserable looking, isn't it? And they be on here bragging. I'm like, you're 40? Still talking about this shit? Running around from bar to bar, nightclub to nightclub, telling niggas to go touch grass? 40? 45? I've never seen these dudes that talk about this at that age actually doing it. All right, they ain't actually doing it. I never seen these guys actually do what they say to tell you to do. They never be doing it. And then if you ever challenge them, well, I'm old. You know, I'm retired from the game. Okay, well, you're telling men to do this temporarily as a temporary fix. I'm telling you, when they do it temporarily, guess what? They set themselves back. They set themselves back. Oh, we didn't talk about the STIs. We didn't talk about the pregnancies. We didn't talk about you getting kicked out of the house. And by the way, these things are happening. These things happen. All right, these aren't coulda, shoulda, woulda, or ifs. They're going to happen. You do this as long as you think you're going to do it. So are we talking short term or long term? That is where the only debate is. And the debate is, this is a lifestyle. We're going to live this, and this is what we intend to do. Leveraging options for life. Free agent lifestyle for life. Not trying to get laid tonight. If you wanted to get laid tonight, go down to the rub and tug. But guys will tell me, these same guys will tell me, well, she don't really respect you if you pay. What? Aren't you just trying to get some pussy? You guys just voted for that. I gave you the option. Did you want a wonderful wife? Did you want some respect? Y'all said no. You wanted some pussy. If that's what you wanted, where does the respect is need? Why is respect needed? You guys talk out of both sides of your mouth. You said you wanted some pussy. Go get some. Oh, now I want respect with it. If you don't sit your goofy ass down, you young, wet behind the ears, stale, crusty sock ass ninjas, sit your ass down, you double talking out of the side of your neck ass ninjas. You said you wanted pussy. Now you want some respect to go with it, a side of respect. Shut up. You goofballs. What do you really want? You want a woman that likes you, or you want sex? You want both. Okay. Let's get down to brass tacks. Let's get down to a real conversation. If you want respect and vagina, you're probably going to have to need leverage and options. That's what you're going to need now. And you're going to have to agree to that. You're going to need leverage and options. Stop playing games with me. We're not here to play games with you goofy ass ninjas. All right. Oh my goodness. You guys are weirdos with it. He said they want a girlfriend that they can cheat on at the same time and be broke at the same time. How long are you going to do that? A year, 2, 5, 10, till you're 40, till you're 50, till you're 60? I guarantee you're not going to do it that long. So what do you really want? Because they want a girlfriend they could cheat on and play and manipulate and then skeet on them and then go have side bitches on the side, all while being absolute broke and then getting rich at the end of the day, but no women gonna want them for the money. I mean, you guys are crazy. You men are crazy. Crazy. And then jump in here and tell me it works. It doesn't. Not long term, it won't. It's going to work for a little bit. And then you're going to get herpes. Yes, you're going to get it. 1 in 6 men got it. 1 in 4 women got it. You keep playing that game, you'll get herpes, gonorrhea, syphilis. You're going to get it. How many women you going to run through? 400? 1,000? How long you going to do it? You definitely go get a woman pregnant. Keep doing that. And how many women gonna let you do that? Let's talk about that. If I cold approach 100 women and I get rejected by 97, do the math, Mr. The math works. What is it? It's a numbers game. Do the math. You're going to run out of goofy women to do this on. Especially if we're all doing it for $10.99. A $1,000 course. If we all run out and do this, doesn't it not work? Don't we run out of women? It's mind-boggling as to what people try to push as a reality. That means all the women unheard, all of us run out here with this goofy shit, trying to manipulate them over the head. You think women are dumb? You think women... Don't you think women just ain't gonna figure it out and adapt? They did. They figured it out and adapted. For instance, how many people heard of people getting flown out in the year 2004? 0. In the year 2024, we see that as common. They've adapted. They've adapted. And somebody said a new 18-year-old every day. Okay, let's see what the 18-year-olds are doing. Let's see what the 18-year-olds are doing.
You know what's crazy? No, totally. So the person that like got me into porn was a Pacers player. I was 16 years old, and he hit me up on Instagram. So we had been, and we.
By 18 is too late. Let's see what the 18-year-olds are doing. They're getting abortions. Let's see what the 18-year guys. You guys are fucking late to the game. You guys, I'm telling you, man. You guys with this goofy shit. The common age of abortion. By the time you hit 18, curtains. You think they young and dumb at 18? You think they brand new? 18 is too late. They already done ran circles around your goofy ass, and you still trying to get your course downloaded. They getting abortions, and you trying to figure out what to say to them when you approach them. They already getting flown out and fucked by NBA players and at the All-Star game and on tour buses, and you downloading a dating course. There's the numbers right there. There's your 18-year-olds right there. And you trying to download a dating course at 29, living with your mama. Talking about, I'm finna finesse these broads. Okay. They starting the OnlyFans at 18. And yes, this is happening. Come on, guys. Am I being real? She done heard all she need to hear from you goof ass ninjas by 22. 22. In fact, go somewhere. Go to a gym. Go to anywhere a 22-year-old woman is. Is she sitting up there walking in like this? Oh, my. Wow. What's going on in here? Boy, oh, there's a guy. What is it? He says he loves me. Oh, no. He wants me to give him my phone number. Here. He's going to call me tonight. I'll sit and wait by the phone. Oh, he didn't call me. I wonder, oh, he did call me. He asked me out for a date at Shakey's. He's going to take me out and treat me nice, and I'm going to have sex with him, and we'll be together forever. Are they walking in brand new at 22 like, oh, my. Oh, this guy's running some thick game on me. Oh, my Lord. I have nothing to do but lay on my back. Meow. Is that happening at 22? Let's be honest. Let's be honest, man. You guys never tell that part of the story. These bitches are pros by that time. They pros at hearing you suck ass niggas. They see you outside at 22 at the gym and they walk right past you. They know what the fuck's about to happen. They know you about to say some stupid shit to them. At 22. By 22, they already tired of going to the nightclub because they've been there since they've been 18. And you show up at 21 at the nightclub like, oh, I'm about to say some shit I heard from my dating coach. She been at the nightclub since she was 17 with a fake ID. Half of them be stripping by that time. What are y'all talking about? By 22, she been already experienced the world. She already in rehab, some of these women by 22. Already in rehab. Some of them, not a lot of them. And here you come at 29. I finally figured it out. Oh, man. I mean, this is new. And when I tell you this reality, because they don't tell you about this, don't worry about all that. They don't tell you that reality. They already been at sex parties in Atlanta by 22. Sex parties. Am I exaggerating? They already been to college by 22. They already had a woman lick between their legs at 22. At least one woman, they kissed abroad by 22 for sure. They had a whole bulldagger come over here with a strap on and they seen it at 22. They know how to make their Poonany squirt by 22. By themselves. By themselves. They've been to Diddy's freak offs by 22. And here you come, Ninja, I'm about to run some finesse game on them. They've been to the hospital because they done been drunk under the table at 22. They've been turned out inside out by 22. Lily Lit Lickers done licked them and made them squirt on the sheets by 22. They didn't have sex on a period at 22. You ain't had none of these things at 27. Talking, and you look crazy out here talking about you about to run something on them. I'll be like, you guys are mind-boggling, man. Anyway, let me get to these super chats. They added a couple early terminations of pregnancy at 22. I'm tired of you goof-ass ninjas. I'm tired of you goofy-ass ninjas. They done crashed up a car by 22. Some of them been married and divorced by 22. Certainly have delivered a baby by 22. They've had an STI by 22. And here you ninjas coming. Prove me wrong. I'm not telling you what could and should. I'm telling you what's exactly happening. Every now and then you might meet one goofy that ain't. Some of these women 200 pounds by 22. And here you go. Yeah, they've been arrested by, some of these women been arrested by 22. Some of these women been license suspended by 22. Some of them got degrees by 22. And here you guys come. At 29. Am I tripping? I'm telling you right and exact. And we can pull up the data, but I'm telling you guys, you guys are exact. You guys are playing a game that you think the women out here just fresh out here and stupid. And it's not true. You're looking for the stupid one. And they're hard to find. Yes, you're getting rejected 97 out of 100. Some of them been proposed marriage by 22 and turned it down. All right, let me keep it going. I know women that got DUIs and no license and they're 19. I know them. I know several of them. Several. I'm like, how you got a DUI at 19? Aren't you not supposed to be drinking until 21? Oh, well, people don't follow the laws. People don't follow the rules. I know women that have been to rehab and out by 22. And these are all anecdotal, but listen, it is what it is. It is what it is. I mean, man, my gosh. I'll be like, man, these dudes out here are just telling you from one side and thinking that the girls are just dumb. They don't know what's coming. Oh, they don't know what's coming. You about to hit them over the head with this shit that I taught you over this course. And you literally are coming to a grown-ass man thinking, how long are you going to do this? How long do you think you're going to be able to get away with this? They good and damn hot and ready for you to do whatever. And guys, most women have had trains by 22. Trains.
Train.
Unreal. Let's get to it, bro. Let me get to these super chats. Enough about you guys. I mean, I'm trying to set you guys straight with right and exact facts. And yes, you're going to meet some women that are worn down and they've been through rehab and they slowing up and they just looking for a simple. They looking for a simpleton like you to think what you're doing on her works. This is a reality. I'm not telling you nothing. I'm not telling you a reach. I'm just telling you reality. If you don't want to accept the reality, go on about yourself. These women at 22 are, dude, I got stories on top of stories, but again, I don't want to just use anecdotal evidence. I'm just saying, man, I know women that got some shit that will embarrass you and their whole family, all done by the age of 22. All done. Pictures, videos. They got pictures of them duck-sicking ninjas getting dookied on and peed on. And they got pictures of their ex-boyfriend having sex with them. Videos. And a whole library. Dude, the woman said she was 16 with all these videos. I mean, come on, guys. But they waiting for you to take her on a date to Shakey's so you can get her to the house and crack her back. Got you. You just still want virgins. And here's the sad part. These ninjas be targeting virgins to run game on. By the way, Andrew Tate had these bitches, Andrew and Tristan Tate, had these women since they were 15, and they say it. I think it's egregious, but they literally target 15 and 16-year-olds for their so-called whatever they're doing. Like, if you go back, and I just learned this, and I've never been a defender of those guys. I just learned it, all right, recently, and they were using their words to play back. They were, dude, these guys were trying to finesse 15 and 16-year-olds to do whatever their little system is. 15 and 16. Go back and look at it. They wasn't talking about 24-year-old women and 22-year-old women. Why? Because those women already know. It's hard to finesse women at that age. They already know what's up, and they're already certain, and they already been played. Them women was flying in 15, 16, and 17-year-olds. Because those are the age where you had to go down there and play they ass like goofies. Now, a person that is older than that, a woman that is older than that is a willing participant. You didn't run shit on her. She was a willing participant in what you were doing. So if she's 29 and it worked on her, it's because she was a willing participant. That's what she wanted to do. It's nothing you did or nothing you said. You just found the skeezer. If she's 27, 29, 30, 35, you're going to realize you think you're running game on her, and she got a whole rotation lined up on the other side. And you niggas going to be hurt when she out here letting you fuck on her, and then she got another dude going raw in there same day, and you're going to call her names. So let's get this straight. Even the guys that are telling you to do it, their whole target were women 15, 16, 17, and 18. That was their target. Which means, in effect, they were smart. They wasn't trying to target no 26-year-old woman to run that shit on. Because it wouldn't have worked. It wouldn't have worked. So they went down. As soon as the girl turned 16, they were sending them fucking strawberries and cherries. All right? That's the reality of it. You can deny it all you want. That's the reality. Face facts. So what you going to do with this information? He says, the moment you realize you were in her rotation. Facts. Any woman that's older than 26 and you're gaming her, she got a rotation. All right, you're in her rotation. You the one clapping her cheeks and she going somebody else. You're in her rotation. You don't have her in your rotation. You're not spinning plates on her. You're in her rotation. And when you find out you going raw and another dude going raw, you're going to wake up real quick. Real quick. You're going to be like, you letting another dude go raw? Yep. My sugar daddy. My male friend. He said, you a plate. You the plate. When she passed 26, you the plate. Or you the gump.
And that's you.
Am I lying? Or do you hope I'm wrong? You hope I'm wrong, but I'm right. All right. It is what it is. Shout out to Monte, says Coach made Hafiz retire. Shout out to him. And he says, Coach, you kill it. He says, you be killing me. You going to jail. Facts. 100%. Preston says men agree with the red pill, but openly reject it because of the woman hater stigma that comes with it. Yeah, I mean, you could just simply rebrand. People are simply rebranded the red pill. They've rebranded it. Dating coaches rebranded it. They basically were losing, and then all of a sudden they rebranded their material into some MGTOW red pill shit. And then all of a sudden they just started selling you courses like they were doing in 2012. All right, so it's just a rebrand. I don't care how many times you rebrand it, remix it. It's still the same. I don't care if you take that woman hater stigma out of it. Fine with me. Take it out of it. I'm not saying it should be there in the first place. Take it out of it. Now, what do you got? Reality. Right? So people just take the stigma out of it, and then they put their videos up, and it's the same shit I'm saying. All right, and you still got to deal and face reality. Shout out to our brother Sam. Says, before we were married, my wife flicked off this driver who cut us off. I asked her, who has to fight him if he gets out and attacks you? She never put us in that position again. Facts. Facts. I mean, you guys got to, that's part of educating a woman and giving and having leverage. Women, in my opinion, need to have a leader. They look at men as leader, but they also look at men as someone to rebel against. You have to understand you're the same person. So the same person she seeks for leadership is also the person she's going to rebel against, either daily, weekly, monthly, or yearly. Thus, you do have to have leverage over her. And unfortunately, money is a part of that leverage. Because the money, your financial situation gives you the ability to walk on when she gets stupid. When you can't walk or you fear loss financially, if you can't walk, you don't have leverage. I was in that situation when I was married. I wasn't in a position to walk. So I had to stick around with the bullshit, right? And put up with the bullshit and go to marriage counseling and make it work and go, I don't want to pay child support and alimony. That's called no leverage. That's called no leverage. You can't walk. All right. In my book, I identified that. Read my book. This is not a woman-hating book. This is you. In here, I said clearly, your ability to walk is what separates you from one to the next. It says right here, keep your power to decide. Free agency is about having the options. When you're committed, you have way less options, or you have to do what the other person is giving. You have to do it. You have to take what you get. When you have a position and she rebels, all women rebel against their leaders. I don't care if it's the husband, the father, granddaddy, the principal, their coach. They want the leadership, but they're going to rebel. I don't care who you are. This is why guys say whole masculine frame. And these are game guys. That's why guys say things like keep your pimp hand strong. And these are pimps. And they're saying exactly the same thing I'm saying. The girl's going to rebel. I don't care if you got game or no game. They going to rebel. How you handle the rebellion. This woman said the same thing. I'm going to rebel. And I need you to put me in my place. So when she rebels, what is your power? Do you have to punch her, slap her, choke her, kick her, argue with her, or walk out the door? I say, I'm walking out the door. All right. I'm not going to do this pimp hand strong, choke her, keep her in check, and do all of this shit. That's pointless to me. Not over no vagina. Not over no vagina, bro. Vagina is cheap out here. I'm not going to do that over no vagina. All right. No. I'm going to walk right up out the door, or she walking out the door. All right. That's leverage. So you're not going to escape at all. I don't care if you have money or not. You're not going to escape rebellion. It comes with women. All right. I ain't about to touch them, argue. I ain't about to rescue this woman or nothing. Even rebellion is this whole sense of, hey, this guy touched me on the ass. Come save me. No. That was your fault. It's your fault. Okay. Every bit of that is your fault. You asked for that shit. Now, if she don't want to ride with that, tell her to kick rocks. Bye. Right? But when you don't have options, when you're out here broke, when you're out here trying to run game and finesse, you got to deal with it. You got to deal with it. You got to now talk her off the ledge, and you got to now come to her defense, and you now got to keep your pimp hand strong, and now you got to keep her in check. Guys, there's nothing wrong with you if a woman rebels against you. There's nothing wrong. Women rebel against God, the devil, themselves on a daily basis. They rebel against all authority, their manager, their boss, all of it. Your daughters to fathers, that's what they do. That's instinctive. It's instinctual. Sometimes they do it so they can see how much you love them. It's a fact. There's no woman that does not rebel. They all have this spirit. They all are going to do it. Now, what are you going to do with it? You can't beat this out of them. You can't pay your way out of this. You can't talk or game yourself out of this. It's what they do. So if you're signing up for this, whether it's for 1 day, an hour, a week, a year, a month, that's what you're dealing with. So that's what you're signing up for. Some of them rebel aggressively and they come out like a cornered kitten. Some of them are passively aggressive with it. Some of them are sneaky with it. It just depends on what you're dealing with. But you're going to deal with it, bruh. That's a red pill talking point, but you're dealing with it. So deal with it. Know what you're getting into. Know what you're getting into. All right. But there's nothing wrong with you if she does. A lot of guys think, well, there's something I'm not doing right. Oh, by the way, this guy right here said this later on in the video. Damn, I wish I could find it. He basically said, if a woman cheats on you, it's something you're not doing right. I don't have time to find it in the video, but I was flabbergasted. And he said it in the video, so you guys can watch the video. He says, if a woman cheats on you, there's something you're not doing right. And I damn near was like, I was like flabbergasted at this video. I'm like, man, women don't cheat on you unless you ain't doing something right. I mean, that's what happens when you don't put your thoughts together. Because I'm sure he's smart enough to not mean that. I know you don't mean that, sir. There's no way you mean that. There's no fucking way.
And it's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault.
I think that when I heard that, that was what wanted me to share the video. I was like, no, he did not just say that, bro. I was like, my God, we're in trouble.
Man, but the goal is to find someone at the end of the day, and she was doing before, right? And she just think your ass ain't going no fucking where. She thinks she got you. That says more about you than it says about them, right? So this whole thing about you need to go out here and make. Majority of the time, it's because the man is not doing what the fuck he's supposed to be doing.
There it is. Here it is. Listen,
it's never on the woman, bro. It's on the man, dog. You might as well just say, sign around to that relationship, cut that shit off, and just go throw yourself back into the fucking dating pool and get it popping. You know what I mean? It's never on the woman, bro. It's on the man, dog. Real shit. Real shit, dog. If women get comfortable, that's on you. Right? Of course, you got like your outliers and shit, like cheating, for example. If a woman cheats, majority of the time, it's because the man is not doing what the fuck he's supposed to be doing.
And these are guys that are anti-red pill. These are guys that be like, these red pill guys. And I'm like, what? I mean, I am flabbergasted that we're still here, guys. We're still here, guys. I gotta get out of here.
Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault.
Okay. Blue Baggins says, I don't just want her Poonany, coach. I want a girl who likes me for me. I want her soul. Shout out to Fresh, free agent lifestyle for life. Anybody ever get a woman's soul? Where's this woman now? All right. All right. Shout out to H Everyday says, coach, you full of ish. What course? He says, what course? Where's your course at? Sorry. This is you. That's my bad. Coach, you full of ish. Where's your course at? I'm mad at you right now all the time. He says, also follow your fees. Right here. I'm messing up your whole super chat, bro. I'm messing up your whole super chat. I am fatigued. All right. Anyway, he says, all right here. He also says right here, he says, I'm adding you about follow your fees. He says, you ain't gave me no game yet. He says, you got my life right on track. And he says right here, I don't need all this positivity. Where the low-hanging fruit and Straggle's at. Shout out to you right there. Where the hoes at? All right, anyway, that was hard to read, and I tried. At the end of the show, I'm fatigued. What about the beginning of the show, CGA? Well, it's you guys typing that shit. All right, slang words and whatnot. How am I supposed to read that live on the air? All right, anyway, if she cheats on you, it's your fault. All right, it's something you ain't doing. All right, man. Wow. I mean, woo. We in trouble out here, man. We in trouble. If these are the men that are supposed to help men outside of the red pill, I don't know what to say. We'll be back tonight. Shout out to the Coach Gang. Hit the like button. Peace.
Vibe blowing at the jack, got the loud jumping at the pack. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is got the band jumping at the bag. Vibe blowing at my jack, got the loud jumping at the pack. Everything I'm on slack.
We've been with the Brazilian. This would be the first.
They wild, I think.
I'm innocent.
Bro, you hear that guy?